everyone. Good evening. Hello. Do we have audio?
Yeah, we do.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the December 13th City Council meeting. Thank you for those of you who were here last night and came back tonight. We were unable to hold the meeting due to technical difficulties, and when we cannot hook up to Zoom, we have to cancel the meeting because we can't allow for public comment that way. So thank you all for coming back tonight. We're going to go ahead and start establishing a quorum. I see all council members present, and I'll skip the roll for you, Mr. Qualley.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let the minutes reflect we're all here. That will take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And if I can ask Mr. Qualley, who is clerking for us this evening, to lead us in the pledge, that would be great.
No problem.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. So we're going to go to closed session report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. One item to report out at direction of City Council for closed session item CS2, which was property negotiations. The council wanted to report out that the City Council is in discussions with San Luis Coastal School District regarding a potential lease purchase of the former school site. But right now, there is a tremendous amount of preliminary and necessary investigation that needs to occur before any substantive decisions could be made. And that's what's going on right now is review before any decisions can be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newmeyer. And with that, we will go to council member reports, announcements, and I'll lead off. I'll start meetings this month I attended. We're meeting with Vistra, San Luis County mayors, the WARF subcommittee, and a meeting with the Visit Morro Bay director. I also attended a meeting for Visit SLO, where Caltrans gave a presentation on the Highway 1 closure, and it looks like it's going to be closer to summer before that opens, unfortunately. I attended APCD meeting, a Sea Grant meeting at Cal Poly on offshore wind and holiday tree lighting and boat parade. I want to do a shout out to the city staff, the rec department, the harbor department. Fantastic job, everybody who helped, Public Works. Everyone was a little part of it, and it was a great event. We had the kids from Kids Club and the high school choir singing at the tree lighting, and the boat parade was just a lot of fun, We did city advisory board recognitions, and I would like to thank all of the volunteers in our community who serve on those committees and commissions, which leads me into a flyer that's on the back. We have volunteers needed for positions on our advisory board vacancies. We have vacancies in the Planning Commission, Public Works Advisory Board, and our Recreation Commission. The recruitment period is from November 17th to December 15th, so it closes in a few days. So please consider applying for one of those openings. I also want to do a shout out and thank the Caroling Cops, Morro Bay PD and Fire Department around the community. I heard from a lot of families with young children that were very excited about it, so thank you for that. And with that, I will move to my right, Councilmember Barton.
Thank you. Let's see here. You hit a lot of the same things that I had, but I did attend the Water Resources Advisory Committee over in SLO. That's a countywide organization. Let's see, what else? I got to go to something kind of interesting. I went to an Airbnb hosts meetup in SLO the other evening, and it was interesting because we've had some discussions about short-term rentals and this and that, and so these are people who are hosts in various communities around the county. And it was just interesting to get to meet them and hear everybody has a totally different setup at their house. So it's kind of interesting how that all works. But I thought that was a good thing to get to go to. Let me think. What else do I have here? Oh, I think that's going to do it. So.
I attended some of the meetings that have already been mentioned, and I will reserve my my time here. I do just want to wish everyone a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. An effort to move on with time. I want to say I also attended a lot of the events that have been mentioned here. I think we all kind of were at a lot of events, and we typically do that. We all show up and it's like, oh, great, we're all here. But in addition to that, I want to say that I also met with the Government Affairs Committee through the Morro Bay Chamber. I also attended the PWAB as their liaison. The Public Works Advisory Board meeting where they focused on the local roadway safety plan, finished up the series there. And I also attended the Visit SoCal Advisory Committee meeting that they have biannually and learned some interesting things about Morro Bay, where tourism is, how our county has doubled the rooms since 2014 when it comes to hotel rooms, and kind of what that looks like for the county, but also how the Highway 1 closure has affected us. We were down approximately 8% in the amount of rooms that have been booked over the year. However, we charge a significant amount more than we did in the past year. Therefore, we're not in the red. We're actually making more money than we did last year. So that was great to hear. And then look in the coming year for a Monopoly game that will be SLO County themed, and that will be out there. Many of you probably got the Morro Bay puzzle. So that was really fun. That was a great gift to give away for Christmas. And so next year I heard that they're working on a Monopoly game that will be fun as well. And just to say, as well, I want to repeat that, I'm extremely thankful. Our city is so engaged. And not only are you engaged in our regular meetings, but you were willing, a lot of you were willing to come back for round 2 after waiting an hour and a half last night. So I just want to say thank you so much for your public engagement and your willingness to come and support or to provide input so that we can make better decisions as a city council. And I also want to thank my fellow council members and mayor, city staff, everyone, not just the members that are here, but each department has their staff that works really hard as well to make our city run as well as it does year round. And this has been a rough year between the floods and various things that have happened over the year. And I'm just really proud of the hard work that everyone has put into making sure that we're still functioning and that we still have the amazing city of Morro Bay. And I just want to thank everyone for that. So I'll conclude with that.
I also wanted to kind of pivot off of what Councilmember Ford said. I am so grateful for this past year. It's really been challenging, exciting, rewarding. I could name off a bunch of other words as to how this year has been for me personally. It's been incredible working with this very dedicated, committed staff who has gone through some really challenging transitions this year and emergency situations, and that did not go unnoticed. We really appreciate that. To my colleagues, every day is another day. Their insight and outlooks and perspectives challenge me, but also I find it exciting as well. I also want to take this moment to wrap up a wonderful year of service by thanking all the volunteers in this community who contribute to the health and well-being of our home. From our advisory board members and our ad hoc committee members who choose to shoulder all things city in collaboration with our wonderful staff, to the business bodies like Chamber of Commerce, Morro Bay Rotary, and the Lions, who bring awareness to the array of goods and services that this community has. from our groups who are dedicated to health and well-being of our children, like Project Surf Camp and Community Foundation, to the health of our seniors and those in need with Meals Connect, the Senior Center, Community Resource Center, and all the folks who do Monday night meals. There are so many of you to mention. I couldn't possibly do it all here tonight, but I want you to know that your contributions do not go unnoticed by us. And I think it's the time and energy and creativity and love that you all give that really contributes to the character that we continue to talk about that's so important to us about this community and that we so desperately want to protect and nurture. And for me, my wish for this community is to continue to maintain that community-wide volunteerism, one that fosters inclusion, keeps us connected to each other, and where we recognize that we can really keep the character that we have and that it can coexist with the progress that we need in order to ensure that this home that we love so much can really continue to be a healthy environment to live and work in for generations to come. So I thank you all for being here as well.
Thank you. And with that, I have a presentation this evening. We are going to recognize the Morro Bay in Bloom group for their 10-year anniversary, and we have a proclamation this evening. Whereas Morro Bay in Bloom is a volunteer organization dedicated to creating and maintaining welcoming public spaces in Morro Bay. And whereas Morro Bay in Bloom's 2-hour social gardening sessions have transformed weedy and vacant spaces into lovely gathering places for residents and guests. And whereas Morro Bay in Bloom volunteers have donated at least 4,200 hours each year for the past 10 years, saving taxpayers $200,000 annually. Whereas Morro Bay and Bloom volunteers contribute significantly to the upkeep, beautification, and care of Morro Bay Boulevard Roundabout, Centennial Parkway, Coleman Beach Park, Mariner Park, Beach and Front Street waterfront areas, including the Nick Howell Memorial Bench, 695 Harbor Street, 34 juvenile street trees, the Rose Garden adjacent to the City Park, and many downtown planter boxes and numerous other projects. Whereas Morro Bay in Bloom participates in America in Bloom's program of installing and maintaining tidy landscaped areas, attractive floral displays, robust urban tree canopies, maintaining litter-free areas, celebrating our city's heritage, supporting environmental initiatives, and contributing to our city's vitality through creative placemaking. And whereas Morro Bay in Bloom volunteers celebrated the City of Morro Bay's achievement of America in Bloom Best Overall City Award in its population category in 2015, 16, and 2017, becoming a member of America in Bloom's Circle of Champions. And whereas Morro Bay in Bloom volunteers conducted their first social gardening session October 25th, 2013 at the Morro Bay Library. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay does hereby recognize Morro Bay and Bloom volunteers and celebrates your 10 years of service to the Morro Bay community. So, thank you. And I would like to invite one of your representatives up if you'd like for a few minutes, and the city manager has a proclamation to present to you. Or all of you if you want to stand up. You had a whole lot here last night. We thank you for that. No, we'll just get them. They're good.
I don't have my vest.
Do you have a blooming song? Can you sing?
You don't want me to sing.
We are the bloomies.
Thank you.
Thanks.
They're fine.
Folks, you're always welcome to join us whenever you have the time. We see some people once a year. We see some people twice a week, actually. But you're welcome to come anytime. And it's a 2-hour group gardening session. If you want to structure your own time, we have planter boxes and containers that you can do on your own time. And you're not out of pocket for the plants or anything. We do the fundraising, and you're just good to go. So thanks very much. It's great to be able to do this work in this great town with so many resilient volunteers. The town runs on volunteerism, and we appreciate them all, right? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Heath.
I have to say that working with Morro Bay and Bloom is one of my very favorite volunteer activities in Morro Bay, and I get stopped regularly by people who are so curious, what are you doing, and how do I get involved, and that sort of thing. So it's very rewarding. So anyway, I just wanted to say that for the group.
Thank you. With that, we will move to public comment. I do have some speaker slips I'll start with, and after that, it will be open to anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda or items you cannot stay for. First up is Jeff Heller, followed by David Sorvino and Bobby DeLancelot. Sorry.
Just wanted to take a minute to add to the congratulations and the thank yous for the work that you've done for the city of Morro Bay in this past calendar year and prior to that. I don't think, until you sit up there, I don't think anyone can fully understand the pressure and the amount of work that you have to undertake to represent us. And I just want you to know I appreciate everything you do, and wanted to wish you a happy holidays. And staff, the same goes for all of you. I know you do a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. You get as many complaints as the council does, and not too many kudos. So I just want to take a couple minutes to thank you for you all stepping up and sacrificing part of your personal lives to help all of us who live here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, I'm Dead Air Dave from 97.3 and 107.9 The Rock. Where's my camera? I have to flash the logo. Your listener-supported community radio station right here in Morro Bay, and I know some of you are very familiar with the radio station. Jen, you know about the radio station, certainly. Cindy has been a member of our board of directors as well as a host of a show. And Mayor Carla and I were arm wrestling at the yacht club during the parade the other day, and I want a rematch as soon as my shoulder feels better. But I want to let you know, for everyone else who's not familiar, this year we are celebrating our 10th anniversary, which is no small feat for a community radio station to pull off. All over the country, this is very difficult for a community to keep a radio station like this on the air through donations. So we are passionate about the community we serve, and we thank them so much for helping us and supporting us. We've had a few problems lately with the windstorm in November knocking our tower down and putting us off the air. But we still serve our community in a lot of ways. And I know the city's going to be talking about winter weather coming and preparedness. The Rock plays a role in that as well, as we serve the Morro Bay community by broadcasting the FCC emergency alert system. So it's imperative that we're on the air here. Also, we help out a lot of nonprofits. We like to help out with the Maritime Museum Annual Family Fun Day. We also broadcast the Morro Bay High School Pirates football home games, which is a blast and such a connection to the community. We also recently helped support and promote the surf event that took place. We attend and promote the Saturday Farmers Markets. We also help out with the annual Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce Gala. So we're here to help, and we help many more than that, and we hope to help even more. So I want to make sure everyone involved with a nonprofit organization or planning a nonprofit event know about us. Let us know, and we can help promote and serve your event. You can do that by dropping us an email, and the address is yourvoice@therockcommunityradio.org. yourvoice@therockcommunityradio.org. Also, I want to take a moment right now, speaking of our tower being knocked down and not being on the air for a while, a huge heartfelt thanks to Chief Amy, and the Morro Bay Police Department on behalf of all the crew from The Rock, because as of today, after being knocked down a month ago, almost to the day, we are now broadcasting at 97.3 with our antenna high atop the police station. So thank you so much, Chief Amy and the Morro Bay PD. We're hoping that we can continue to have a great collaboration with the city. We're looking forward to finding a new long-term home for our antenna that will serve and broaden our reach and help the community even more. So again, thanks very much for keeping us on the air for 10 years and counting, and allowing us to be part of the community and serve the community. And one last thing, if any of you would like to make a song request, I can guarantee it will be played on The Rock. Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
That's going to be a very tough act to follow, so I'm just going to go. Hey, so I am one of those nonprofits that The Rock 97.3 has really benefited from. My name is Bobby DeLancelotti. That's how you say my last name. And I am the founder of the Estero Bay Kindness Coalition. And my good friend Robert Meunier, I've known for over 40 years, asked me to come and be on his show. And I've been now 3 times where we're able to mix with music as well as questions about the nature of food insecurity and under-resourced families here in the greater Estero Bay area that we serve. And so it's been such an incredible blessing. We've gotten volunteers, we've gotten money and resources through it, and it's been an incredible blessing to have partnerships like that. And a beautiful byproduct of one of the things that we were doing, and I was mentioning this to Robert, is that when we put the coalition together, one of the things we wanted to do is I wanted to bring a diverse group of people together to work for the common good of the community. I had been a pastor for 34 years prior to this, and I'm really appalled at the kind of the us, them, you're in, you're out, you're good, you're bad, you're right, you're wrong, you're left, you're right, you're progressive, you're conservative. So we think, our thing is, hey, at the Kindness Coalition, we're going to love without agenda. We're going to treat people with dignity and hope. We're going to treat people the way that we want to be treated. And so one of the beautiful byproducts is that we have our volunteer base, and by the way, Walter's one of our volunteers. We have a volunteer base of over 100 people, and 120 people now, that are very diverse and have learned to love each other and really get along and really care for each other that normally wouldn't even talk to each other. So I feel in some small way we're doing some you know, we all want to have peace in our community, right? We all want to build, because what? It's so much easier to build a wall than build a bridge, right? So we want to be people that are bridge builders, that are known to be people, hey, we love our community, and if we love our community, we want to put our love into action, because love is not a noun, love's a verb, right? So you got to put your body, your mind, your spirit, your soul, and your action into what you do. And so that's what The Rock has really helped us to do. So I am so proud to be part of that part, and The Rock is one of our incredible partners that we have. So on behalf of the Kindness Coalition, thank you for being so good to The Rock. And also the Community Council, you guys have given us a scholarship, or not scholarship, excuse me, thank you so much, a grant. And that my daughter writes, yeah, and so thank you so much for supporting us as we support the community and serve under-resourced families in our community. Bless you guys. Thanks so much.
Madam Mayor and council members, staff, Chief Amy. My name's Robert Meunier. I've been with The Rock for about 9 years, and I've been on the board 4 or 5 years. Terrible lapse of judgment. I came board president right when COVID started, and I've been doing it ever since. So first thing I want to say, follow up on everything everybody else said, is thank you guys so much for getting us back on the air. I heard it loud and clear coming in from Cambria today. Thank you, Chief Amy. Thank you, board members. It's just amazing. Great Christmas. Thanks for a great Christmas. Really briefly, I just want to mention something to you and point out that when we support the groups that we've all mentioned here, when we support the businesses that support us, for example, when we have our annual fundraiser, we have scores and scores of local businesses, and we promote them for about 2 months prior to the event. And these are people you know. There's great people like Todd Mazzini's, Kitzman Culligan, Hayes Printing, Mike's Barbershop, local hotels, the Sirens, restaurants. There is a benefit. There's an economic benefit that comes back. The money comes in to us through donations. We promote, the money comes back. And we have people who listen. There are different parts of the country, different parts of the state, even international. They listen about what's going on in Morro Bay. 2 times an hour, we promote through PSAs, nonprofits. It's amazing what's going on in this community, as you've heard from many people here. And we just love what we do. We're passionate about our community. We like to feel that we're part of it. We keep things together. You know, like Bobby says, we just want to keep things together and let people know they have a place in our community. So again, thank you so much for helping us get back on the air. Merry Christmas. I feel like I just got the best present ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is going to be Wendy Dyer, and public comment is open. I have no speaker slips after that, so.
Hello, Council and staff. Thank you in advance for letting me go. I've been up since 2 in the morning attending the Coastal Commission meeting in Santa Cruz. A little tired, maybe a little sloppy, maybe a little slow to get to the point. First of all, my name is Wendy Dyer. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I was formerly a houseless arts advocate in Portland, Oregon, where I worked with a city-sanctioned camp of tiny homes that housed houseless individuals. I provided a service called Art and Bath Time, where I invited those individuals over to my house each Sunday so they could bathe and cook and make art, which I then sold on their behalf so that they could build their tiny homes, buy their food, pay for their cell phones, get their identifying documents back, and other things. I am currently hosting an unhoused domestic violence victim that I met in front of Rite Aid the night before Thanksgiving and said, you know what? Doesn't look like you should be down in the ditch. Would you like to come home with me? She's contributed meaningfully to my life. I am also a formerly houseless individual. In spite of my graduate education, in spite of my upper middle class roots, in spite of the fact that I have never done any drugs besides sleepy time pot to go to bed at night, I have been the victim of domestic violence and landlord fraud. Until you yourselves have been unhoused, until you yourselves have encountered the kind of poverty I've experienced in my life, you do not know how hard it is to literally get yourself up from the ditch. And so I invite you all to please, as a member of the houseless community of Morro Bay said to me last night, I wish they could all just come outside and lay down in the grass for 10 minutes and close their eyes and imagine what it is like for us out here. As you seek to pass Ordinance 665 and 666, I beg you to please remove the urgency clause and to allow for further reading. Do not push this through without additional public comment. Adhere to the basic ethics of no government decisions about us without us. No decisions about them without them. While I applaud this lengthy document that I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb for the thoughtfulness and thoroughness and the compassion within it, there are numerous critiques that I would like to make, both of the process, the logistics, the human rights violations, and the language. But my intention here tonight is not to mire and critique. It is to instead say, please wait. There is urgency with regards to floods. There is urgency with regards to inclement weather. There is urgency with regards to city staff who are harmed. But what there is also urgency around is human lives. And there are answers besides the answers that you are proposing. Those answers can come from creative, collaborative community dialogue about solutions.
Thank you.
That will move our city forward rather than put us in a place of catch and release and whack-a-mole. I am going to
Wendy, thank
continue
you.
by making 2 brief suggestions questions, and then
Wendy,
I'm
thank
going
you.
to
We have
say,
other speakers this evening.
okay.
We have to adhere to the 3 minutes. Thank you.
I have heard Terry talk for a good 5 to
Thank you.
7
I
minutes
have
longer.
a full agenda. Thank
At
you.
other times, I brought out numerous houseless individuals and houseless advocates last night who are
Thank you.
no longer here to be here tonight. And I'm very, very disappointed that other people are allowed to speak beyond 5 minutes when I'm not able
Thank
to.
you.
You will receive my testimony in writing.
There's other people here that
I
need to
got it.
talk, okay?
No clapping, please. Please wave if you'd like to support, but not clap. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff. This is a positive report. There's a group called the Citizens for Preserving Estero Bay, and as you probably all remember, this last summer we captured enough signatures to put the initiative on the ballot, and in the election that will be in November of next year, there will be a ballot measure. There will be a measure for citizens to look at, and I just wanted to give you the heads up. The measure is A. It's the first one of the year for the county, and it's obviously the year 24. So the measure was A-24, so I hope that when this time comes to mark yes on your ballot so that we can allow the zoning for the current power plant, if it to be changed, it would require the vote of the citizens. So here again, this is good news. Measure A-24 in November of 24. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mind, I do have a speaker slip that just came, and same one from last night, if I allow Linda Winters to go real quick, please. Thank you. I don't have it.
It's combined with several other items.
Thank you. I do not have it, Mr. Simons.
Hi. It's glad to be back here again. I'm not even really sure where to start. There's a lot of 10-year anniversaries that are being celebrated here tonight, and I was going to start out with another 10-year anniversary. This was the 10th year that I volunteered to do the Thanksgiving dinner, and it was the first year that I didn't complete the whole thing, managed to do the first half of packing 800 bags to go, and then I spent the rest of the time elsewhere. I won't even talk about it, but I want to give a very special amount of kudos to the Lions Club and the magnificent job their group of 40 different volunteers that put on a feast that literally fed 800 people. And we couldn't do it without it. They just did absolutely marvelous amounts. I'm very curious to find out about the Monopoly game that they might have. What can we get for the Rock? You know, that would be a good thing. Cindy, you were mentioning all of the groups, all of the volunteers. That entire back 2 rows are filled with all of the volunteers of every single one of those groups that you mentioned. So yeah, it's a great group to be around. The next thing I'd like to talk about, and I believe all of you know that I stand up for all of the residents in the mobile home parks in the city of Morro Bay. And it has come to my attention in the past couple of months about certain park managers and park owners that are leading new residents to believe that they will receive a permanent space within their community. These folks have purchased larger dwellings and waited for that permanent space to become available. Instead, those persons received a 30-day, no-cause eviction notice. Now, I understand the fact that they had not become permanent residents, but they were led to believe that they were going to be a permanent resident. And what do I have to say to those owners and park managers? This is a case of pure, plain, unadulterated greed, making more monies for their pockets And I want to know, when is enough enough? When can we say to these people who want to come to Morro Bay, want to live in mobile home parks, RV parks, and not have to pay $2,000 a month to pay for a piece of dirt? It's just ridiculous. So what do I say to those park owners? Shame on you, every single one of you. It's just unnecessary. Thank you very much. I'll be back later.
Hi, my name is Allison Soderer. I'm the widow of Daniel Soderer from Goofy Graphics. The fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves. That's a William Shakespeare quote. And the man that survived, I believe his name is Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust. People can survive anyhow if they have a why. My why is the houseless. I put a slip up, but you didn't get it. These people are my family. They saved my life, and I'm their advocate. I spend my time cleaning up trash, making sure that everybody's okay, fed, watered, safe. And things are a lot different than they used to be in 2005 when I graduated from Morro Bay High School. And the discrimination, the level of civil rights violations, the slander, the hatred, the malice from people. I mean, my husband used to work at Mobil. Now they're going out of their way to unplug the microwave, sick randos to make us go away when we're trying to go to the bathroom, get some food, heat up regular things that people do, like heat up a burrito in the microwave. No, get out of here. Get out of here. I mean, it's not illegal to wash your hands after going to the bathroom at the Albertsons, but apparently if you're houseless or in this area, it is. And I'm really sick of this. I propose to a not-for-profit nonprofit. I don't want anybody's money, which is 80 grand a month, non-taxable money. I don't want any of that. What I'm going to do with the money that I have is propose, it's called a co-op, and it's going to be called Legacy of Love Cali Tribe 805 Co-op with Corazoncito. It's going to be a pay-it-forward movement, an advocacy center. People can buy food, and it pays for a plate for the next person, because I think that my friends that are stuck in the ditch because of getting fired for a disability, such as my dad, Jeff, who was a chef at Great American Fish Company for 20 years. We spent our time feeding everybody. He's my dad, and I've been estranged from my birth father for over 4 years. And these people have opened their homes to me. They look out for each other. They don't chase you out of the church for wanting to pray. They don't, these people have gone through so much strife, and to be met with hate when you're just trying to get a cup of coffee from people that are smiling, saying, this is the greatest, happiest city in all of San Luis Obispo, California, it's a facade, and I just think it's very shameful, and it's just sad. There's no, I've never seen you in my life, by the way, lady, and where are these 805 street people? Where are the showers? We're breaking into the, we have friends we take care of each other. We're going to the RV park to shower, but it's ridiculous. People, the homeless guy that's supposed to give bus passes, he's been sick for 7 months. Nobody's giving us bus passes to get to drug and alcohol. It's bullshit, and it's hateful. Kindness is free. And we have to be each other's neighbor, because I'm ashamed to be from this area, and I'm from LA. I've been grown up here. My kids are here. I don't want these stranger dangers to people are taking out homeless people right and left. Where are they going? Caps low?
Thank you.
For the root of all evil is money. Kindness is free.
Thank you. Public comment is open for items not on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, Terry Simons, Morro Bay. I hope you found my speaker slip. Sorry, I'm trying to save paper. Rather than fill out 5 speaker slips, I put it all on one line. So hopefully we'll get that squared away, and I won't be not denied, but delayed. This is not on the agenda speech. I was very excited to hear actually an announcement out of closed session. Such a rare animal. I was even more excited that it was something that I actually know something about, and I feel the need to inform this commission or this council and our legal professional that I have worked with and around San Luis Coastal Unified School District and their leasing sales policy. If they're telling you that they're going to offer you a lease with an option to purchase, be very careful. Historically, they have a long-term policy of not selling their property. It's an accounting problem for them. If they sell property, that money has to go into a fund that they can't really do anything with. Whereas if they lease it, it goes into their general fund, which actually provides benefit. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to work with San Luis Coastal, and I think it's fine. I know that they have done up to 100-year leases for residential development on properties they own, and it seems to work out fine. But I would encourage you and your legal staff and your planning department and everything as you move forward with this. It's a very desirable property. The city should be first in line to acquire that property, and hopefully you can get it on a 99 or 100-year lease, and by the time the lease is due to run out, their Board of Trustees for San Luis Coastal will take a different look, or maybe state law will change on what they can do with sales proceeds. Couple other quick items, since I have 1 minute and 11 seconds, and I'm not going to speak for 5 minutes, despite what those who might detract from my speech. I continue to be concerned about the ongoing push of Los Osos Community Service District in attempting to do an end run around the water allocation that comes through the pipeline down the Chorro Valley. They are persisting in their negotiations with our local agency, the County of San Luis Obispo's Water District. And if we're not a seat at that table, we will be dinner for that. They will successfully. There is a big need for water in Los Osos. We can be a part of helping that problem. Right now, we're dumping 1 million gallons a day of water into the ocean. If Los Osos builds the pipeline, we should just give them the water that we're otherwise dumping into the ocean until such time as we have a use for it. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, council, staff. I am here tonight as a board member and representative for REACT Alliance. We are introducing ourselves to the council. REACT Alliance is a local nonprofit we founded about a month or two ago, and our mission is to protect our California Central Coast from destructive energy industries and to educate the public in a way designed to encourage informed decision-making about proposed projects such as the Central Coast Offshore Wind Project. We have an amazing website. I ask everybody to go there. It's reactalliance.org. There is a page, Research and Media, and there are dozens, if not 100, studies, research project, photographs there. So please take a look. I also request that we be included on the city's wind energy website. There is already one nonprofit there, REACH, and we would like to also be added as another nonprofit to that page. This morning somebody else spoke to it. I was also up in Santa Cruz to give public comment at the California Coastal Commission meeting. There were probably a dozen of us speaking to them, and the big issue that we were talking about is, I believe the first thing that is planning to happen for this process is high energy seismic testing that'll begin, they're saying, in the beginning of 2024. This is BOEM's plan, but we were contrasting it. Meanwhile, in 2012, the California Coastal Commission denied a permit to PG&E for almost the exact same thing, citing many harms, many damages, and risks. So we were basically asking them, well, what's the difference? What changed? Asking them to re-agendize and re-look at that permit. Another thing I want y'all to know, that the BOEM report, the EA, lists Morro Bay as a deep water port. So they're talking about 1,000-foot ships in that report in Morro Bay as a deep water port. So they are very confused about what we have going on here, just for your information. So please check out our website. You're going to be hearing a lot more about us, REACT Alliance, and thank you so much.
Public comment is open for items not on the agenda.
I was going to, I'm sorry, I'm on hold with the Coastal Commission because they cut off public comment at noon and we're going to go back at 5. So can I just say my little 2 cents about a consent agenda? First of all, thank you for all your service for this year since I've been attending. I know you all are delighted that I've been attending meetings all this year. I'm joking. Okay, I wanted to comment, which Nicole wrote you a really, really succinct letter about the, its agenda item about the facilities condition and needs assessment, and it's almost $200,000 that they're asking for. And we just want you guys to be aware. I'd like you to do a little more research before you agree to that tonight. This is a huge multinational corporation, the Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments. They're involved in agri-food, automotive and transport, building and infrastructure, consumer products and retail, cybersecurity, commodities, cross-market services, marine offshore, oil and gas, power and utilities. I just feel like, why are we giving $200,000 to a company that's like out of this area when we have a lot of brilliant engineers, et cetera, and a staff and that can do a lot of what they're hiring this multinational corporation to do. And it really concerns me that they're involved with marine and offshore issues, because it reminds me of the Reach Corporation that we were supposedly giving them like hundreds of thousands of dollars at a county level for economic development. But if you look at their Board of Supervisors and staff and see where they all came from and the money they came from and the push that they do, that is not going to leave Morro Bay the way all of us keep talking about. We want to have a beautiful Morro Bay with the harbor it still has, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'd like for you to just think about not voting on that issue tonight and look up that corporation and see how you might be able to get it for less money with some local people. Thank you very much.
Howdy, friends and neighbors. So I had intended tonight to speak on a different subject than I will be speaking upon. However, in light of the circumstances surrounding what I had intended to speak on, I feel it is more important that I address what I feel is our town's very, very serious problem. It is perfectly ordinary as well. That is community. A lot of people have said a lot of different things about the community of Morro Bay and our sense of community. And I do not claim that those who say that we have, a wonderful, cohesive community are lying. That is not my intent. However, I do believe that they are unequivocally wrong, simply because they are not capable of understanding what real community looks like because they've never experienced it. I actually had a discussion today with a representative of the Morro Bay Police Department and was informed that they have an entirely different definition of community than I do. I was requested to provide a concrete definition of what I consider to be community, and while normally I would not be comfortable stating something like that, the answer that I provided was that anybody who spends the majority of their time within our city limits should be considered a member of our community. This individual informed me that his understanding of community is anybody that behaves in a manner that is conducive to community. Obviously, for many people, this would exclude quite a lot of our community. For instance, the unhoused community, as people call it, and as I have taken to calling it, because it is a distinct community in and of itself, but as well, they are also members of our community. I should remind everybody the Morro Bay Police Department has received training from the Israelis. And I believe we know what their sense of community looks like. This terrifies me to my very core. It honestly does. It keeps me from sleeping. The bags under my eyes, the sunken cheeks. I fear for myself and my neighbors because I know, inshallah, we will be free.
Public comment is open for items not on the agenda.
Hello, my name is Lisa. I'm a loud voice on the app Nextdoor. I'm also a self-proclaimed advocate for the unhoused, but I'm not going to talk about the unhoused right now. I'm going to talk about the trash. I hear about the trash every day, 20, 40, 60 times a day. What can we do about the trash? There's so much trash. Well, number one, you can get more trash cans and dumpsters, or you can utilize 42 people that I know of for a fact, put vests on them, and they can go around and pick up the trash, and it can be implemented by the city. If you guys can come up with an ordinance in 24 hours to regulate certain things, you can certainly come up and implement the idea that I have. And please don't say that it won't work, because it will, because they respect authority, especially if it's authority that doesn't go down all the time and that they're not really comfortable with. They will adhere to rules. They will follow. Okay, I'm just going to say it. If they want to be homeless in Morro Bay, they've got to do this. And that's what they have to do. And if they don't comply with that, then you force them out. We've done it before. Law enforcement has made us. We cleaned up Lila Kaiser Creek to impeccable conditions. We went around and we picked up all the trash in the parks, all down at the Rock. We were responsible for doing that, because if we didn't do that, they wouldn't let us live down there at Lila Kaiser Park in peace. So every day we gave them 20 bags of trash. That's what they wanted. That's what we did. It can be done again. They can clean up Quintana. They're unhoused. They're not handicapped. They can most definitely carry a bag around and pick up trash. You're not utilizing them to the city's full potential of what they can do. They are very crafty people. They are, some of them are ingenious. Some of them are very intelligent. They can carry a bag around, and they can you can use them. Most of them are on probation. There's your leverage right there. If an officer goes down there and says, this is what you have to do, I guarantee you it will be done. It always is. They always follow the rules. Now it's gotten a little bit relaxed. We don't know why. They're tiptoeing around down there, not really saying what needs to be done. If you give them a direct order, they will follow it. If you want the trash picked up, I guarantee you, if you send Chief Watkins down there with bags and tell them to start now, they will do it. Officer Palumbo is usually the homeless liaison, so they have a different relationship with him. He did do the cleanup right before the flood. He had a roll-off. City trucks came down there. All the trash was picked up, and I guarantee you, if you do that, they will do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Public comment is open for items not on the agenda. AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Andrea Wienens. I have had part of your houseless ordinance read to me by a friend. The only thing I can think is, do you really want all of these people roaming around your city with all of their worldly possessions, looking for a place to sleep, in and out of your jails because they don't know where to sleep? I don't think it is good for your community, the people in their homes or the people outside of them, unless this is really what you want to see. They have to sleep sometime. They have no choice, just like you. They have to go to the bathroom somewhere, just like you. They can't simply stop peeing or sleeping. It's kind of a crude subject, but it's just the truth. Due to my own recent unfortunate experiences, I can tell you this is a fact. And it's very difficult speaking with people who may have already made up their minds. But I would ask you this evening to reconsider. I would ask you, as strange as it may seem, to perhaps walk outside of this building, lay down on the ground for just 5 minutes, and pretend that that is where you're going to sleep tonight. Pretend that you're going to wake up there in the morning tomorrow, outside of this building, with no kitchen to cook your food in, no bathroom to take a shower in, or use the restroom. And what will you do if no one lets you use the restroom? What will you do if it rains on you and you get wet? I would like to thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
My name's Natalia Mirzoyan, and I offered to read the rest of what Wendy was going to say because I thought it was such an extraordinary speech that she was providing information that could be quite valuable from a perspective that we usually don't get. So here it is. Please wait until Zara has held her town hall on houselessness. Do not push this through as an urgency ordinance without further reading. Solutions do not come from a top-down approach. They come from collaborative, community-based brainstorming, such as those in a town hall, roundtables, focus groups, and by researching what has happened in, I think, other towns. For example, consider how far the $200,000 you are about to spend on a needs assessment would go towards stabilizing the lives of the homeless population. Tiny houses, bathrooms, showers, sconces. No, that's not sconces, but water and trash. Consider what might happen if you waived ADU development fees for homeowners who host the unhoused. Waive increased tax assessments for those who host the unhoused. Consider warmth shelters, women and children camps, camps for those in recovery. Consider anything besides this draconian catch and release policy. So that's what Wendy, part of what she was going to say, and I will add, from my perspective, I think it's important that we as a community, and we as a state especially, and we as a country start looking at the people that we vote into office a little more closely, because this didn't happen by accident. This didn't exist when I was growing up, and probably most of you were growing up. It's happened over time because of policies, and I think that should change. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. With that, we will move on to the consent agenda, and I will open public comment for items on the consent agenda only. On the consent agenda only. Okay.
So, if I understand correctly what is on the consent agenda, I do hope I read it correctly. I only just started coming to these meetings. In terms of winter storm preparedness, I believe an excellent solution with extremely wide-reaching benefits would be to, as once was the case, cover the hills behind our town with trees or forested terraces, whichever one ends up being easier and obviously cheaper, which would pacify flows, prevent slippage, recharge groundwater, prevent nitrate-ridden effluents, and provide fog drip and lush greenery throughout the year, not to mention provide much-needed native habitat. That ranch land, so unnatural, none of those grasses are native. Besides the fact that I have heard that there are certain members of our community that already have designs to develop some of that land. I don't know this for certain, but it is what I have heard. Of course, as for the shopping cart debacle, this is Morro Bay. We're pirates here. We understand what class war looks like. We also know what e pluribus unum means.
Terry Simons, Morro Bay. This is regarding item A9. I did some fairly deep diving into the consultant organization that is proposed to get a shade less than $200,000 to basically assess our facilities. The mother organization that the person who signed the proposal belongs to is in fact a multinational big organization, but they seem to have franchised out their name and their brand, if you will, to small entities like the fellow from San Jose who is actually representing them in this proposal. I've spent the majority of my life doing contractual analysis, building analysis, proposals for renovating and preparing facilities to be upgraded to meet certain standards. I can tell you that looking at the proposal from the consultants, that either we're going to get an incredibly good deal because their proposal seems to be so in-depth and so broad in its scope that it will be a goldmine of information, or we are being flim-flammed into thinking that for $200,000 we're going to get a wealth of information, but when push comes to shove, we're basically just going to get a cursory review of a couple of people coming to town and spending a couple of days walking around, taking a few pictures, putting them on their iPad, and giving us essentially a picture of things that we already know. Like I say, I spent a great deal of time. I researched the fellow in San Jose. I'm not even sure that he's licensed to practice engineering in California. I wasn't able to find that. The proposal doesn't require an engineer as I read it, but I would go very carefully into that proposal, and I would make sure that if you're going to execute a contract for that, that you have the assurances that we will get what we're theoretically paying for. On an aside, one of the facilities that was conspicuously absent from that, and I've gotten this because I just saw another request for proposal go out, is Fire Station 2. It's not listed in the facilities to be reviewed, and yet there's a proposal going out for that to spend, I'm not sure how much money, it's not clear, to prepare a plan and design and construction documents to renovate basically a structurally unsound building. And then that would be bad enough, but then they want a two-story proposal, which means you're going to tear the foundation out too. More on that when the time comes. Thank you.
I didn't plan on speaking on this, but I'm going to. I don't know the number of the item, but it's the same item that Terry just talked about. When I worked at Cal Poly Corporation, one of the things I did was a facilities assessment, excuse me, for the campus dining section of the campus, all the facilities, and I did it myself. I don't know that I could do it myself here, but it's not really rocket science. I think the high-level analysis that we need to assess the condition of our facilities, we probably have 80% of that information in-house. As an alternative, if you would consider postponing this, I'm willing to head a subcommittee that would basically do a facilities assessment for the city at no cost. And I think it'll give you the information that you need and save the city a lot of money. Thank you.
Hi there, Nicole Dorfman. I'm also speaking on A9. I would jump at Jeff's proposal there. That was amazing what he just said. And, you know, it reminds me of, you know, we had this wonderful resolution for Morro Bay and Bloom, which shows what a dedicated, intelligent group of individuals can do on a volunteer basis and save the city, it sounds like $200,000. So you've all read my letter. I was extremely concerned about it. So even if this is a franchise in San Jose, why are they connected with this group? There's money exchanging hands. I don't think our city should be involved with this organization at all. It seems like a Trojan horse to me. I also think, is this really such an urgent matter? It feels like there are so many projects coming at our little small city with our limited staff time. I think these people are probably worked, you know, as much as they can work. And I did hear in other meetings, our city manager said she's got a lot, she's got enough on her plate. I've heard that we can't process things when council member Landrum wanted to do the town hall meetings, that it was too much to ask staff for these sorts of things because they're very busy, as of course they are. Yet in reading this contract with Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments, staff would need to be available for weekly meetings to provide all sorts of documents, to be available for walkthroughs. If documents aren't provided in a timely manner, it's an extra $215 per hour for their work. And also taxes were not included in that $200,000. So I hope you all have heard enough to bury this contract and take Jeff up on his offer, or some local people. Let's keep our funds local. Volunteerism is wonderful. We have so many smart, educated, capable people in this town who want to provide services to the city. So thank you so much.
Me again. I'm going to talk about C2. I hope that the...
I'm sorry, it's for consent,
I thought it
consent
was
agenda.
stuff that was on the agenda.
Consent.
Okay.
Thank you. There will be public comment for those items in a few minutes. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on items on the consent agenda? AGP.
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment on the consent agenda and bring it back to council. I'm going to pull A9. Does anybody want to pull anything else?
I wanted to pull A1.
A1. Anyone else? Councilmember Ford, Edwards? No? Also, I'm going to pull A6. Thank you. So, if I can get a motion to approve the consent agenda less A1, A6, and A9.
So moved.
And a second, please.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. A1, Councilmember Landrum.
On A1, this will be very quick. I just wanted to pull this one quickly, and if I could, I don't think I can, but I would like to clarify that I misvoted on that one, and I would like to change my vote to a no on that.
So the item's already been voted
Right,
on, so
I-
the minutes will reflect
Yeah, I
tonight
just,
that
yes, okay.
in that statement.
you.
Thank you. And with that, would you make a motion, please, to approve A1?
I move that we approve A1 in the
Thank
consent.
you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? A6, I pulled, just after speaking with the fire chief for a few minutes, I wanted just to have a few clarifications, as we are still having people in the community asking us about the shopping cart ordinance and not quite understanding. Some of those that have mentioned it actually had not read the ordinance, and again, felt that we were putting the burden onto the businesses. So if you could just give us 3 or 4 real quick little bullet points on that ordinance, I would appreciate it, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. So we met with all of the businesses that provide shopping carts and explained to them that this is a partnership. The goal is to create a path for them to get their carts back and put a process in place so that we can return carts to them. But it does put some onus on them to maintain possession of their carts. To lessen that burden, we created a plan template that I'll get onto the city website before the ordinance is enacted, so that they can just download that and fill in the pertinent information and send it in. That takes that burden of having to create their plan. Many of the businesses are already implementing the actions, such as bringing their carts in at night or locking them up. Some of the businesses are already complying with everything. The one business that a majority of the carts that we find out in the public belong to has a new manager, and after we met with them regarding this, they've used this to talk to their corporate office and already get a lot of these steps in place. So they're very supportive of this. It helps them get their carts back. It costs them money to replace them, and it allows us to have that partnership with them.
Thank you. Is there a fee for the permit?
There is no fee for the permit.
And approximately how many carts do we have down at the Corp Yard right now?
About 40 to 50.
Unretrieved from those businesses?
Correct.
Thank you. So the responsibility ends up being on the city to dispose of those if they don't retrieve them?
Correct. It requires city staff time to pick them up, take them to the Corp Yard, and if they're not claimed by the business, then ultimately to dispose of them. And we're working with the business. One of the grocery stores has a person in place now to come and retrieve some of those. So I believe the process is starting.
Thank you. And with this ordinance, then, it allows the city to take an action if somebody removes those, where before the ordinance we could not.
Is that
does. Correct?
So if I misspeak, Chief Watkins can clarify.
Thank
but,
you.
Right now, if somebody steals a shopping cart, to prosecute that as theft, the grocery store has to be the victim. They have to be willing to press charges and then send an employee to court, incurring legal expenses. If we have this ordinance in place, we can prosecute the person that steals that shopping cart under a municipal code violation. It does not require the business to be the victim of that, and it takes that burden off of the stores.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Does anyone have any other questions for A6? Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve item A6. Thank you. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries.
Mayor,
And
Mayor, if I may ask for clarification on A1, Councilmember Landrum, can you clarify which item from the last meeting you wanted to address?
We voted for them together in one, didn't we? I went back and reviewed it, and we
that's the
approved.
minutes. That's the
Oh,
minutes.
sorry. The special meeting with the one with
The joint meeting?
the joint meeting.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move to item A9 that I pulled. After consideration from reading through this and comments and letters we'd received, I'd like to ask council support to pull this item and bring it back in January so that we can have it as a business item and have a discussion on it. So I would look to support for that.
I will support.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. With that, then I will move that we pull item A9 and bring back in January. And do we need to vote on that, Mr. Neumeier?
As presiding officer, if you believe that's the will of the council right now, then that's okay.
And I have support of council for that. Thank you.
Yes.
Unanimous support. Thank you with that. I will move on to item B1, which is going to be public hearing item, and I will turn it over to Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation. Okay, the item before you this evening is review and adoption of the draft funding recommendations for the 2024 CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant Program. We do this pretty much every year. One second here. The CDBG program is a federal entitlement program that's funneled through the county. We have a subrecipient agreement through the county, which is called the Urban County Consortium, and there's a number of other jurisdictions in the county that are part of that. Meaning, so the CDBG funds go into the county and then get dispersed to the communities that are part of the agreement. Our funding availability for this for the 2024 year is $51,228. The draft funding recommendations that come out of this evening's meeting, hopefully, will then be forwarded to the County Board of Supervisors, and then they will accept them, and then that'll follow or start a 30-day review period, where the county will then also hold a workshop and take comments and questions related to the funding recommendations. And then it'll come back to you for final consideration and recommendation to the County Board of Supervisors, likely in March. We did receive 2 applications. We received one under the Public Services component of the CDBG program. We're limited to the amount that we can spend in that category to 15% of the total allocation. And then we received one in the Public Facilities category as well. And do have the chart up there. So we received a request for $3,500 from the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. This is for their rapid rehousing program. They requested the same amount last year, and we funded it. We're recommending funding it in the same amount they're requesting. We do have a request also from the Public Works Department for ADA accessibility upgrades to the Quintana and Main Street intersections. The City Council last year approved allocation of CDBG funds in the amount of $75,884 for improvements to that same intersection, so this would be added to that. And then I think the Public Works Department has some other funds that will be able to carry out the full improvement to that program were you to move this forward. So they asked for $40,000, but based on the amount that we have $37,482 available, and so that's what we're recommending that you forward to the County Board of Supervisors. Then we have a portion of the overall cost. It's limited to 20%, or the overall allocation of 20% of that we can use for overhead and administration costs. We split that 35-65 with the county because the county does the heavy lifting on the reporting on the CDBG program. It's part of the subrecipient agreement that we have with them. So our component of that, we requested 3,586, which is our 35%, and we're recommending that 3,586. So the recommendation on this item is to fund the request by 5 Cities Homeless Coalition and the Public Works Department, and for the administration costs, a total recommendation of $51,228. We'd like you to additionally authorize the city manager to make pro rata adjustments to the allocation based on any HUD budgetary changes to the approved final 2024 CDBG funding amount from San Luis Obispo County, meaning when they adopt the final federal budget, sometimes those monies change by a few dollars, and we'd like the ability to just deal with that at a staff level versus having to come back to City Council. With that, I'll end my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Questions from council? Councilmember Landrum?
I don't have any questions.
No questions.
Questions? No questions. That was easy. With that, I will open public comment on this public hearing item. No public comment? With that, I will ask AGP. Is there anyone in the queue?
We have one raised hand on Zoom.
Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, this is Devin McQuaid, Associate Director with the Five Cities Homeless Coalition. Apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I will say I was a little grateful we got pushed to tonight because we had quite a few city council meetings competing on our agenda last night. So I just wanted to thank staff for their recommendation and the council for their consideration of our request. I realize we are based down in Grover Beach and the Five Cities area, but we do provide our rapid rehousing and homeless prevention services countywide. With your funds last year, coupled with some additional ESG funds that we were able to use throughout the county, over the last year, we've been able to assist 11 households with homelessness prevention and 2 households from the city of Morro Bay with rapid rehousing funds. So we realize it's not a large request, but when we were able to get support from each of our cities, it does able to, allow us to stretch our funds farther and serve those residents from throughout the county. We work really closely with a lot of our partners. We realize those up in the North Coast and North County may not be aware of our services, but we've really worked over the last several years to grow our networks and work closely with the school districts and the family resource centers to identify those families that may be at risk of losing their homes or may be currently homeless. We were able to help one senior over this last year who actually lost her housing as a result of COVID. She was one of those that got stuck in the COVID rent relief application process, and her application still has yet to be processed, but with eviction protections expiring, unfortunately she lost her home. But luckily someone in Morro Bay was able to point her in our direction, and we were able to use CDBG funds just this last year to help her find a new studio unit back in the city of Morro Bay, which is where she calls home. So again, we're just grateful for our continued support from the city, and thank you again to staff and council for all of your work and continuing to support programs like these that make a positive impact on our community.
Thank you. With that, seeing no more public comment, I will close the hearing and bring it back to council. Any questions or comments?
Can I?
Please.
Just took over. I want to comment on the Five Cities Homeless Coalition. I mentioned this last time when they applied for grant money, and the same thing persists throughout this last year, that I've heard stories from constituents countywide, including Morro Bay, that have used their services. And so I think it's important that we continue to support organizations that are doing good work and finding solutions and trying their best to keep people housed. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? With that, I will look for a motion to approve item B1.
I'd like to approve item B1.
I believe you need to, do we need to read the resolution or not, Mr.?
No, it's a resolution, so
Okay.
we don't.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second, and I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
5-0, the motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to our business items. Item C1, and I will turn it over to the police department, and I also see Visit Morro Bay is here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We come to you this evening with our Ironman 70.3 Morro Bay After Action Report. As requested, this is an after action report, so I want to make sure that I am thorough in the items that are of importance, especially moving forward to future events over the next 2 years. So if you excuse me, a lot of what I wrote was in the staff report, so I'm just going to go pretty close to what I've authored in the staff report. So as we all know, May 20th, 2023, the city hosted our first Ironman 70.3 Morro Bay for its inaugural event. The city welcomed 2,000 athletes and another 6,500 spectators. The city began planning this event in December of 2022, As a matter of fact, prior to that, in April of 2022, I went to Oceanside to watch their Ironman event that's been going on there for 30 years in anticipation of this potentially coming to Morro Bay. The event required road closures that allow athletes to participate in the event and for the athlete and spectator safety. Road closures took place along Embarcadero, Front Street, Beach Street, Main Street, Atascadero Road, and closures took, along Highway 1 at San Jacinto and Yerba Buena. The event footprint required closures of 3 parking lots along the Embarcadero. The Triangle parking lot, our Pacific and Embarcadero parking lot, as well as our Rock parking lot. The event was successful with no reported incidents related to athlete or spectator safety. The city will host an additional 2 Ironman 70.3 triathlons coming up Sunday, May 19th, 2024, and then another one May 18th, 2025 under our current contract. So a little background, in preparation for the event, the police department met weekly with department directors, Ironman race director and staff, county and regional public safety departments. We had over 80 public safety workers from various departments throughout SLO County, the state and federal agencies. City staff worked diligently to cover all bases for the event, focusing on safety while limiting road closures and access restrictions to the public. Leading up to the event, city staff conducted 2 public information meetings at Morro Bay Community Center to provide the public with anticipated parking lot and road closure information and to hear questions or concerns about those closures and any other overall concerns from the community. Staff walked the businesses along Embarcadero to discuss parking and other restricted access during the event and how it would impact traffic flow for visitors and employees. Staff also walked along Main Street residential neighborhoods to advise of road closures and address resident concerns. Leading up to the event, staff issued informational press releases regarding the event and potential impacts on traffic and road closures. Several interviews were conducted with TV, news, and print media leading up to and during the event. City staff also used social media to keep the community and visitors informed. Impacts to the businesses related to the event were reported as the Saturday event blocked vehicle traffic and therefore limited visitor access unrelated to the Ironman event from entering the Embarcadero area. As a result, and after many conversations with Visit Morro Bay Council and community members, city staff, along with Visit Morro Bay Executive Director Michael Wombolt, who we'll hear from in 1 second, presented City Council with a staff report recommending future Ironman events be moved to Sunday rather than the Saturday to provide businesses a better opportunity to capitalize on the increased visitors to the city on Saturday. Business owners expressed that a road closure on Sunday along Embarcadero would be less impactful to those businesses who rely on strong Saturday visitors. Sundays are normally slower days for shoppers along Embarcadero. City Council approved the date change June of this year. So there's a few items that I wanted to highlight as the police chief and the lead department head in organizing this event. We spent a lot of time with city staff, tourism, and Ironman staff after the event going through a debrief on the things that we learned through the event and things that we needed to improve upon. We knew that this was going to happen as this was our first event and a very large undertaking for a small community such as ours. So a few of the things that we identified that I am certainly going to make sure it's on our list, and I know I've reached out to Tom Cotton, our race director. He'll be with us again this year.
Yeah, he should be online.
And he's online now, great. Few of the things that I noticed that we'll be working on is city police will work closer with traffic safety companies during traffic safety plan formulation. While we didn't receive any injuries or any traffic collisions as a result, there were some road closures that I believe could have been operated more efficiently. Not only the initial closing, but then the reopening of the roadway. We'll make sure to address that this year. more efficient clearing of roadways after each race section, work to increase volunteers for the event with better organization of the volunteers on race day. We were a little disappointed in the amount of volunteers that we had, and as you can imagine, this kind of undertaking for a small community like ours required every volunteer that we could have possibly recruited, and we fell a little bit short, and I think that truly impacted the race on race day and the cleanup as well. Improve on equipment pickup after race day. Work to ensure mailers arrive to residents weeks before the event. Increase notification and mailers to residents as early as March of 2024. We did receive some information after the race that the mailers that were sent out by Ironman did not arrive to their destinations until a week or two after the actual race. So we'll make sure that we address that this year and make sure that we're getting those things out in a timely manner. Improve oversight of the pedestrian bridge. Consider law enforcement presence at that location. That was a difficult location for spectators, visitors to Morro Bay, and athletes. We did not have any accidents or injuries, but that was something that was very difficult to manage for volunteers. So we're considered moving law enforcement out to that location. Improve locations and communication for volunteer and athlete parking. We did have some confusion and some lack of efficiency on parking for volunteers to get to their posts on time, so we'll make sure that we address that. Traffic impact on the run course, specifically Marina and Morro. We were on a partial closure at that location, and we were allowing boats to go down to Tidelands and the launch ramp. And while we had personnel, law enforcement personnel there, we did receive some complaints about the extended period of time that it took them to cross the race course when the runners were on the race. This was also a direct impact of a shortened race course, so we had multiple runners on a very short course over a period of time. So we'll make sure to address that this year as well. There are a few things that I've already discussed with Tom Cotton, our race director, about how to ease some of that through a series of logistical tactics, I guess, that you can use in moving runners and traffic at the same location. And then evaluate and improve early morning athlete drop-off and communication with athletes about drop-off locations. That was one of the areas that we struggled with during the first year, and just getting that communication to the athletes, because they were coming down to our dead end at Beach Street and Embarcadero, and it made for a difficult transition for those athletes in the morning. So those are a few things that we are committed to this year to make sure that we improve, and I'm hopeful for the year coming. I know that, on my side of things, safety is the most important thing, and the fact that we didn't have any incidents for athlete or spectator is a good thing, and that's our highest priority. But all these other things we can certainly work on. Michael?
Thank you, Chief. Mike Wombold, Executive Director of Visit Morro Bay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a couple of things on the Visit Morro Bay side. We were approved through our Board of Directors. First off, economic impact in an event like this is probably top priority, and also making sure the residents are happy with the event. Coming out of the event, we did hear from a number of different restaurants and retail that there was a significant impact on the Saturday to their business for that. So the council, thank you very much, made the appropriate change, I believe, to moving that to Sunday. On top of that, we wanted to try to understand what the actual economic impact was of this event for us. Our Board of Directors I brought the economic impact study funds approval to our Board of Directors on an early June meeting, and they needed more information on it, and ultimately approved on our July meeting, end of July meeting, a $30,000 fund for a third-party economic impact study. I approached, after that, I received 2 RFPs from Tourism Economics and Oxford Economics as well, consultants that do this for destinations around the world. Visit SoCal uses them. Unfortunately, due to the delayed timing of that, and this is partially me not understanding the need of the process of that, but the ask to Ironman was for an exit survey via email, and Ironman wasn't able to send that email out that that far after the date. They didn't think they would get enough survey results from there. We do have some economic impact data, although it is through Visits Locale from a calculator through Destinations International. This calculator is used by destinations around the world, whether to see large conferences coming into major cities, sporting events, and that report, I've run a couple different scenarios out of that, although I would say it's probably not perfect, but it gives us a pretty good picture. And every scenario that I've run through that calculator gives us a return on investment on taxes to the city of $100,000 to $130,000 potential for that two-day event. A couple things we learned on this year that we've made the change as well, and every year we learn from something and we make something better. Not just moving it to the Saturday or to the Sunday, Ironman will also include an Iron Kids race, which will be a kids race that will promote health and activity for kids. Kids and families from around the county can join in that, and then also that will increase, I think, the participation of families coming into the race as well, being able to participate that on Saturday. Visit Morro Bay, with hopefully the help with the chamber, will develop a more robust shopping and dining guide. We did have one of those last year, but I think we're going to do a lot more outreach. We have a bit more bandwidth within Visit Morro Bay right now to be able to produce that. And then on top of that, we're adding more marketing dollars for spectators for the event. Last year, we did not market to spectators because we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know if it was going to be 15,000 people, 7,000 people. We have, I believe, a bit of room for growth for people here enjoying and seeing Visit Morro Bay as a destination. So those are the pieces I'll be working for, and I'm happy to take any questions. And I believe Tom Cotton, our race director, is online as well to be able to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Tom, for being online. We appreciate it. I have a question, Michael, on the Saturday event. Where will it be held, and how will that impact road closures and things on Saturday? Is it all day? Is it partial day?
Partial day. We're looking at the options that could be something like a race actually at the high school, so not impacting the downtown. Could be like a race at the beach, so it's not closing down. We don't want to impact road closures on Saturday, so that's our biggest. So if we can facilitate that, I think it'd be beautiful under the rock on the beach where the kids are running, and it's not an it's not a triathlon for kids. It's a certain type of race, whether that's a beach race, whether they could do a swim in the pool. So we're working on that, and it's cognizant that we do not want to impact road closures on the Saturday if we can.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
And Chief Watkins, have we heard about the course? I know last year part of the reason the course was impacted was because of the state parks. Is that been resolved? Is it going to extend back out again, or are we still going to be impacting that short course through the...
I think that would be a great question for Tom Cotton to see if they've even engaged again with State Park since then.
AGP, if you haven't already promoted Tom Cotton, please promote him.
Are you there, Tom?
He should be on.
AGP, can you confirm whether Tom Cotton is on the Zoom?
Right now, it's almost up. 1 moment. Tom,
There you go.
promoted.
Hello?
Now speak.
Hello.
There's my head. So we have started the process of reaching out to the state parks and actually trying to also engage Assembly Member Addis on this. She had spoken to our regional director, Tim, last year about during the event, and wanted to see if she could help out. So we're going to try that direction to work with the state parks to extend into that what we had normally planned, which was that about 1.5 mile area into the state parks on Main Street there. So yeah, we're working that direction.
Thank you. Questions? My left.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Watkins, for that detailed update, as well as Michael Wumboldt. I let's see here, the questions I have, well, state parks, that was a great question, Mayor. And I do have a question. When I was working the event as a volunteer, I had some of the members of the Sheriff's Department mention that they had really struggled to staff the event. They had a hard time staffing, and I don't know if they were maybe the only department that had that issue, but do you know if we're going to be facing that again this year, or to be determined? Where are we on that side of things?
Well, just like last year, it all comes down to, I guess, my power of persuasion with my county partners. And they really truly came through for us this past year. Like I said, over 80 partners from local, county law enforcement. Every agency, including CMC, Fish and Wildlife, and even Atascadero State Hospital joined us at the event, and that's not common. It's not necessarily the field work that they do. So I feel confident that the struggle for these agencies when they are in May is their overtime budgets. And so that's some of the things that we had to get past, but they fully supported the event. We received multiple individuals from each department, and at the end, one of the things that we have going for us was we treated them well. It was a successful event. They were very thrilled to be here. I mean, they got to work in Morro Bay for a day, which was a wonderful thing for them. So I'm confident that with the foundation that we've set, they will be happy to step up and help us again this year.
I think that just in those conversations that I had with several of them, they were all very excited to be here that day, and so hopefully they tell their friends, and okay. I do have another question, and this might be for Tom Cotton. Thanks for being here, Tom. My question is regarding the food provided to athletes and volunteers. During the event, we created a feast, and I have quite a few friends that have been participants and volunteers at other Ironman events in other areas, and they were actually surprised that it was such a huge feast. And I'm wondering if that may have had an impact as well on, and this could be, Michael, a question for you too, if that could have had some effect on the amount of people that didn't go and purchase food from our restaurants in Morro Bay because they had full bellies. And I'm just wondering if we're going to scale that down next year, or if we're planning to provide a feast of that size to our volunteers. And I don't know if we know this yet, but I'm just curious if we've thought about that for next year.
That is a great point, and that would be something that Tom, I think, can answer to that. That is a great point.
Yeah, we did have a pretty good feast there. We used some Tagozzinis, fried salad and chicken, along with our normal array of fruits, vegetables, chips, cookies, and that kind of stuff. It is only for athletes. It's not for their families. And then also we use that for volunteer food as well, because some of those volunteers are out there for quite some time. So we let them also use that food. I usually try to, we always have pizza, that's what they always ask for. And then I usually try to have one other item of protein out there. I have probably going to look around. I'm trying to spread the wealth around on where we provide that athlete food from, and hopefully be able to impact some of the folks that may be impacted. Some of the restaurants on the farther end of the race course, kind of get them involved as well. So, we haven't really looked at the full thing. It did get high marks, our athlete food, so in our survey that we took. So I always like to try to keep that as high as possible. But yeah, we can adjust a tad bit.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I don't want this to be taken negatively, because I do appreciate the fact that we did support local to do that, local business to do that. I just curious about the volunteer thing, and I want our volunteer. One point I'd like to make is that when I was asking volunteers where they were from, because I didn't recognize them, I ran into very few locals. Almost everybody I talked to was from outside of Morro Bay because they were excited to have Ironman in our city. And so I just think just a suggestion, something to think about is if we're feeding, especially if we're having a lot of outsiders come and volunteer, I love to have them be happy with snacks and things, but also to consider, patronizing our local restaurants while they're here. So let's see here. Any other questions that I have? I don't think I have any other questions at this time.
One thing that I did hear, I have some friends that run restaurants in San Luis Obispo. Multiple teams were booking places where they can make reservations, and that's not something that's readily available here in Morro Bay. I'm not saying that we should change the business practice but they knew that they could get space there, so they reserved it and went to that spot. If we can, work with a couple restaurateurs to say, hey, here's the teams if you want to set this type of stuff up. So there's a learning phase, I think, for the participants of how Morro Bay is and how special we are, and then capturing them and keeping them here. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate all this input. I think we are growing, and it was mentioned, it was our first year, so we have a lot to learn.
Yep.
So thank you.
And our volunteer outreach has already begun. We're connected with the volunteer director of the Ironman race. There was some swap over that happened, I think, leading up to that race. Our new tourism coordinator is a recent Cal Poly grad. She's now in contact with the lead at Cal Poly, so we're starting that conversation much earlier this year. So we've learned our lessons and really kind of moving forward from there. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. I having worked events over the years, I know that it does take time to kind of iron everything out, no pun intended. I vaguely remember in the conversation with regard to the economics on this, something that you said, Chief Watkins, that the first year tends to be a little bit wobbly. But you get to the second year, there seems to be a bump, and then I can't remember what happened the third year. Can you speak to that? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and Tom can support me on this, but generally there's a 3-year contract at the beginning of any new location, because in the first year it's the inaugural event, so it's exciting and everybody wants to be a part of the first event, and that's when you learn, staff learns about the things that we can do to improve to make it a better event. The second year they'll see a little bit of a drop-off for many different reasons. And then the third year is when you'll see that increased popularity, and it gives you a better indication if it is a sustainable event and it's good for the community to continue to offer that event as well as Ironman. Tom, can you add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fact the first year, like I said, we always have little bumps and people are trying to figure out the area and the landscape of where the event is. I can't say we have a huge, I mean, it's been all positive. I've heard from our athletes about Morro Bay. That's, selling quite quickly right now in this last couple of months. And I know that, as this grows, the more people can come in, third year should be, pretty big, especially with, Oceanside being such an old race, and people have done that a lot. They're looking for something new. You're right up the road in a few hours. So I think as we grow this, we'll kind of iron out some things this year, and then, third year should be pretty big.
Thank you. Mr. Wombo, I guess probably where I would go with this is, have you started kind of thinking of some of these things based on what we're talking about with regard to the second year kind of falling out a little bit.
Well, the numbers that they've presented were actually, they're actually, signups are ahead of where they were for the first year, so that's all looking good. We are doing, like I said, we're going to start doing our spectator marketing coming out for the first of the year, which then will give emphasis on signing up as well. And locally, we don't really want to, not looking for the local traveler, but what Morro Bay really offers is that relay component. Didn't know that there was a relay component where somebody can do the swim, somebody can do the run, and I think that's really where an opportunity is for us. And so once we start our marketing for the spectators, you'll start seeing, I think, even a bigger bump up in the signups for that. Just overall awareness for the event brings more awareness to Morro Bay as the destination. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it'll probably increase the dollars that you spoke of earlier in your calculation from this year to next year as well. Looking forward to hearing about those opportunities.
Yeah, and there's a couple lessons learned on, I think, our lodging side as well. It was a great opportunity for our hotels, but there was the potential for some leakage into San Luis Obispo because of pricing. And so I think there's no price fixing here, but a business learns that, hey, there's, $50 cheaper in San Luis Obispo on a drive. We want to be able to capture as much business here, and moving it to Sunday, the hotels are able to do a 2-night minimum, so come in Friday, stay Saturday, leave Sunday, where we're getting a lot of participants leaving on Saturday and then not being able to fill that gap on. And so that's another bigger piece. But I will say on the economic side for the lodging, it was the third best weekend in May going back to 2018 still with that. So a lot of that was the rate increase. Yeah. So we combine rate and occupancy together. That's a win-win.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I don't have any questions, but I'm so pleased to hear all the after effects and the crunching of numbers and how this is going to, how we think this will look for the second year. I think it was just a great event, so I'm hoping that it continues to grow and become a permanent thing here.
Yep.
So thanks for sticking your neck out to get it going.
Thank you. Either we win or we learn. It's either one.
Yeah.
Quickly, I just wanted to ask, is the Iron Kids put on by the city, or is it the...
By the Ironman.
Okay.
By the Ironman group.
And what is the charge to enter is there a charge to enter the Iron Kids?
Tom can answer that.
Yeah, there's a $25 charge for it. And then there's some scholarship stuff.
Okay, thank you.
We work with it.
That's what I was looking for. And so if it's going to be off the Embarcadero, maybe that's an opportunity to direct people to the other business districts in town while they're there so that they are aware of those. And I think that's all. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open public comment on this item.
Thank you all.
I have 2 speaker slips, one from Jeff Heller and one from Terry Simons.
Thank you very much. I support this event 100%. I think it was a big lift for the city to take this event on. Certainly, Chief Watkins, I think, has done a remarkable job in a very difficult situation. I can't imagine planning all these events logistically in the city and it going smoothly the first time. I am optimistic with the discussions that you're having that a lot of the wrinkles will be worked out and it'll be much better next year. We kind of suffer from the existential complex of wanting tourists' money, but we don't really want them to come here. So this is a kind of a real stretch for us to handle an event like this. But I thought Chief Watkins, you did a great job. I invested about $50 of my own money and bought some Costco muffins and cookies and set up a table in front of the Maritime Museum. Well, I learned very quickly I was on the wrong side of the street. Everyone was walking on the other side, so I ended up giving most of that away by the end of the day. But that didn't buffer or reduce my excitement about the event at all. I think it's a very exciting event. I think it's anytime we can bring 8,500 people to this city who may have not been here before, that's a good thing. And even though we lost $50,000 according to our calculations, it's well worth it. And I think that number will get smaller as we go forward. So I support the event 100% and look forward to maybe working with you with the volunteers perhaps if I can help. Thank you.
Terry Simons, Morro Bay. Those of you who know me know I'm not into sports at all. All you have to do is look at me. But I am enthusiastic about this project, and I've watched the process. But I first met Commander Watkins when she first joined the local police department, and I had some incidental opportunities to see her work and work with her on some issues. And when she became chief, I thought, well, this is going to be a very interesting experience to see how this moves forward. And I can tell you now, I have consistently supported her in her efforts, and this is yet another one of those incredible products of diligent and forward-looking detailing, and I can't support her strong enough and this whole effort. And I know that in the next agenda item, there's probably going to be some potential criticism of the issue, but that should not be placed on the chief. She does an incredible job and is a very gentle police official. And because I'm very much involved in the next item, I can speak from experience that I think she showed a tremendous amount of restraint and has managed to fend me off effectively because of her incredible ability to persuade. And so we will hear more on that in the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is open on item C1, Ironman. Anyone speaking to Ironman? There you go.
So, my own after-action report for the Ironman Triathlon actually revolves around what is now Let's Get Tuned. I popped my head in there when they first opened to try and get a feel for it. Then my interest was again piqued at, I believe it was the last city council meeting when Landrum provided a presumably complimentary advertisement for them. I find it highly amusing how people speak of the energy of the location, since the last time I saw it occupied was actually during the triathlon, when police and SWAT were using it as a staging area and CNC. I was standing out front watching them unload ordnance from their urban assault craft, which was especially entertaining because I can't remember the last time I got that close to a sniper rifle. I have gotten that close to assault rifles before, but never a sniper rifle. For me, personally, it's going to take a little bit more than some rebranding to erase the stench of innocent blood that clings to militarized police.
Anyone else for public comment on items on C1? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
We have no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back. I believe this is just a receive and file. Is there any other comments? No?
I would like to just, so earlier I just provided questions, but I just want to encourage, I enjoyed volunteering, and I would encourage, I know we've got a volunteer already in the audience, but I want to encourage anyone that's interested in participating in this event that it's great to have the community come out and support in that way, and I would love to see more of Morro Bayans. I don't know if that's the proper term, but anyway, I would love to see more of our residents here participate in this event, especially if you want to see it continue to get better and to be successful. We have to support events like this. And I think it was said really well about former council member Heller is that, often we know that we need tourism dollars, but it's difficult sometimes to be happy about an influx of tourists, but there has to be, we have to figure out how to fund how to fund our city. And I think one of those ways is to do fun events like Ironman, and it promotes health, and it's an exciting event. So I'm excited that our city decided to take this on, and I look forward to seeing the growth in this event. And I thank Chief Watkins for all your work. I thank Chief McCrane for your work, both of your teams, our city staff that had to work on this. I know there was a lot that went into it, as well as the Ironman staff and our Visit Morro Bay staff and Michael Wombolt. So, and our past council that decided to, take a leap and to try it out, and our current council who's been supportive. So thank you for the report tonight.
Thank you. I don't think we have a choice. We have a contract.
True.
I have a comment.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to comment that I'm impressed that staff has taken note of all the things that they've learned, and I think it can only be better next year. And based on all the comments that we received after the event, I would think that they were in favor of this. I know there's been some that haven't been, but the majority were in favor. And I think you might find it easier to get volunteers next year.
Thank you. And I would echo those comments from both of you that I think that there was a lot learned afterwards, and I appreciate you being out in the community, talking with stakeholders and engaging with them and making them part of this process. And I will hope that we will get some updates as we move along so the community can stay aware of what's going on and how it's looking over the next few months. And thank you, Michael, and Visit Morro Bay. We appreciate it. Thank you. It's 7:31. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we start on item C2, which is our last item. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume our meeting. We're going to move on to item C2, which is going to be turned over to Police Department, Fire Department, and our city attorney when they are ready. Pardon? Oh, there's a vehicle out front, light-colored Acura with their dome light on inside. Somebody might want to turn off. Chief, are you taking this item? Chief, you're taking this item. Thank you.
All right.
Chief?
Yep.
Thank you, Chiefs.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, community. Your city's internal homeless working group is bringing forward 2 ordinances for you to consider this evening. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we're bringing 2 ordinances. The first one is an ordinance to add Chapter 8.26 to the Morro Bay Municipal Code. This ordinance is for the regulation of camping and storage of personal property on public property. The ordinance is being brought forward as an urgency ordinance and as an ordinance for adoption through the standard process. We're also bringing forward an ordinance to add Chapter 8.27 to the Municipal Code for regulation of overnight human habitation of vehicles on on private property used for business or nonprofit organization operations. Okay. The reason for bringing this ordinance forward as an urgency ordinance is to allow for the application of the guidelines as soon as possible to mitigate some health and safety concerns before the arrival of winter storms, which we're hearing might even start arriving as early as this weekend. The National Weather Service is predicting El Nino weather conditions with a high probability of significant rainfall similar to last winter. Multiple campsites are located in waterways intended for storm runoff that are damaged from last year's storms. There is a safety concern for the inhabitants of these camps due to flooding, collapse, and erosion. The debris of accumulated solid waste from these encampments contributed to the blockage of storm drains last year and will need to be mitigated before any future storms. Last year, Public Works reported removing over 200 yards of solid waste from the storm drain cleanup near these established campsites. Next slide, please. Little bit of background on this. In Early 2022, former City Manager Collins directed staff to create an internal working group related to homeless needs. I was tasked as the coordinator of the group to ensure one contact point between the city manager and this working group. The internal working group is made up of department heads and supervisors. The goal of this group was to develop a citywide plan to address issues related to our unhoused population. This included access to services, partnerships with allied agencies and nonprofit groups, as well as creating policies to address the city's response to encampments. Since the pandemic, we've seen an increase in calls for service related to homelessness, as well as an increase in verbal and written complaints from our community. These concerns and complaints are raised at council meetings, in person to city staff, via telephone and email, and posting on social media forums such as Nextdoor. The primary concerns received from the community are related to health and safety. The community frequently voices concerns over the proliferation of garbage in and around these encampments, the degradation of public spaces because of solid waste, human waste, discarded medical waste that all ends up in our storm drains and waterways. Other serious concerns frequently received from the community include criminal activity and impacts to local businesses due to safety concerns. Next slide, please. So some of the city efforts and what the city is doing to address homelessness. City staff and the city manager participate on committees and subcommittees with various service groups, county nonprofits, and public health services. We facilitate access to services such as drug and alcohol services, behavioral health, probation and parole, and have officers assigned as homeless liaisons to ensure access and assistance is available. We partner with Estero Bay Alliance for Care, also known as EBAC, that was created in 2011 by Morro Bay council members to address social issues in the Estero Bay. The city partners with EBAC and the Lions Club to provide the weekly dinners at the Veterans Hall on Monday nights. We have hired a homeless outreach case manager, Jason Holland. He routinely visits the different encampments and interacts with our unhoused community. He provides a direct resource to services that may be needed. He can assist with obtaining vital records and identification, signing up for available benefits such as food stamps, health coverage, and veteran services. Jason can also arrange for or provide for transportation to services, meetings, and appointments. Street outreach teams also play a vital role in engaging people experiencing homelessness and connecting them with the housing and other essential services that they need. The city contributes financial support to regional efforts to address homelessness. Some of this support includes annual contributions to SLO County Department of Social Services and to Public Health. The city transferred our portion of the National Opioid Settlement Funds to San Luis Obispo County as part of the regional effort to combat opioid addiction, which directly affects our unhoused community. And we recently contributed $25,000 in housing impact in lieu fees to a local HASLO project here in Morro Bay. Next slide, please. So going into the health and safety issues, as mentioned briefly before, the public has voiced many concerns over health and safety. City staff also has health and safety concerns for both the public and the occupants of these encampments. The accumulation of waste, sanitation, and disease transmission are primary concerns. All people generate solid waste and human waste during the course of their daily activities. Without access to methods of proper storage and disposal of these waste byproducts, accumulations result in piles of trash. These piles of trash become a food source for rodents, a breeding ground for pathogens, and a source of fuel for fire. There's an increased risk of disease transmission due to unsanitary conditions. According to a document by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the prevalence of transmissible disease is greatest among people experiencing homelessness in unsheltered settings, such as living outside in encampments, abandoned buildings, and other places not intended for human habitation. Encampments are not a viable or effective housing solution. It is common to have violations of building, electrical, and fire codes in these encampments. The reality is many of these codes are created following some sort of tragedy that highlighted the need for that regulation. Unauthorized access to electrical panels and utilities can create a fire or electrocution hazard. Digging of soil Terracing the ground, driving posts and other items into the ground creates a potential for erosion or soil collapse. There is also a risk of rupture of underground utility lines such as gas, sewer, and water. Crime rates are significant in both crimes committed by and crimes committed against the homeless. About 60% of our police department's daily calls for service are related to homelessness. Even during discussions with some of the homeless residents 2 days ago, examples of crimes committed against them by other unhoused individuals were relayed to city staff, including theft of belongings, destruction of their campsites, and physical threats of violence. During the heavy storms last winter, we saw an increased roadway flooding due to the accumulation of waste from illegal campsites that had flown down the waterways and blocked storm drains. Public Works reported that contractors removed what they stated as 4 in-dump truckloads of garbage from the Quintana area storm drain. Each in-dump load is 53 yards, meaning that they removed over 200 yards of trash and debris from the area near Couch Potato last winter. There are encampments established in low-lying areas that are prone to heavy water flow, flooding, mudslides, and soil collapse. Urgency is needed to remove these campsites before the anticipated winter storms. Next slide, please. So the intended goals of these ordinances. We have identified many of the public health and safety concerns related to campsites, and we have proposed solutions within these ordinances to mitigate or at least reduce these safety concerns. We also want to provide for equitable access to public spaces. We're trying to balance the needs of the community to have access to public spaces, reduce risk of unsanitary conditions and safety concerns, as well as providing a method for those needing to utilize these spaces for shelter. The proposed ordinances do not ban or criminalize camping by unhoused individuals. We intend to address the needs of the unhoused population by providing guidelines to follow for safe and equitable use of public spaces for overnight camping, while also providing access to services. The intended goal is to provide access and support to these individuals to move towards sustainable housing. All of this is being done in a manner to ensure the civil rights of all Morro Bay residents, including our unhoused population, by carefully evaluating state laws, case laws, other relevant guidelines to try to find a solution that addresses the health and safety concerns while still providing a method to meet the needs of those that need to shelter outside. Next slide, please. So here we have, in just a moment, I'll be turning over to Chief Watkins, and we have a few brief video clips that will illustrate these health and safety concerns. These were recorded last week and provide a current snapshot of the unsanitary conditions in our large homeless encampments.
So this is our first location. It's closest to Couch Potato, and as you can see, there's a waterway that's coming underneath the highway here that drains it out under Couch Potato. It's common to see stream obstructions so that individuals can cross over the waterway, which can create hazards.
Chief, this is looking so narrow and peaceful right now. How high did the water come up last year?
The water actually came up, and hard to see on this video just because of how it projects. But I would say, so I'm 5'7", so it would have been at least up to my head. There's, in continued videos, you can see some of the evidence of rapid water and debris accumulated in bushes, shrubs, trees that were actually at my height or above during our highest flows. Did that go? Is it going to the next one, Greg?
Yeah, it just did.
So this is, no, that's a different one. So generally, what we see in these encampments and these large encampments, and again, this is just currently in our Quintana Creek area, but this is similar and if not identical to camps that we've cleaned up throughout the city. Certainly down in Morrow Creek by Lila Kaiser, this was something that we saw a lot of just debris left behind from camps that have been vacated. And they generally don't take property with them. So it leaves sleeping bags, tents, large pieces of furniture, other items like that that really create a hazard. And it's extremely difficult to remove this type of property without heavy equipment, special equipment, and keeping in mind this is an environmentally sensitive habitat, which we're unable to really get down there and clean up as far as clearing of brush and debris. This is continuing up, so we're going up the hill from Couch Potato. As you can see, we get into our some of our active encampments and larger encampments that have been there for at least a year and a half. So this is one of our encampments that's a little closer to Kennedy. It's an extreme and severe drop-off from the roadway, or at least the side of the road that you can get down to. If somebody were to have an issue, an accident, an overdose, need police assistance, medical assistance, our personnel has to traverse these areas. This is one area that's a concern, certainly for me and Chief McCrane right now, is this is and I'll show a still photo from the other side, from the highway side. This bank is unstable, and our next major rain, you could be in risk of collapse of this entire bank here, and that would obviously bury that encampment that's below it, which is a serious issue for whoever is staying in that camp. Some of the items here that you'll see, this is right about Kennedy on Quintana. There's a lot of fuel. There's a lot of dead trees, a lot of trees that have been cut, branches, limbs that have been cut. You have pallets that have been brought in from the outside to create living quarters. These are all increased fuels for fires, and that becomes an issue. We are not allowed to go down there and clear a lot of this vegetation because it's environmentally protected. So now this is up by Burger King. and continuing along this encampment. So a few of the hazards that Chief McCrane had identified, we just wanted to show in photos. I can't see that very well, but so these three pictures show some erosion of the banks along the creek, cause concern regarding the collapse of banks and old cement culverts that have been there for years are starting to break free from the embankments. And with the force and amount of water that can flow down Quintana Creek here, it will move extremely large pieces of cement. There are actually some that I located further down at some of the earlier videos down towards Couch Potato. Extremely dangerous, especially we've had some individuals that have taken up shelter underneath some of these cement culverts. The biggest picture there is from the highway side of the embankment that I'm concerned about for the subjects that are residing underneath is our next major storm. That bank is most likely going to collapse, causing an issue for anyone down below that bank. And part of this, what Chief McCrane talked about, is these encampments, and I don't know if you can see it clearly enough on the top right corner. A lot of these encampments, they will create steps for safety, which is understandable, but they also dig into the banks so that they can place pallets, they can level out the ground so that they can put tents and tarps, and that reduces the bank's safety and structure and really reduces the bank, I guess the infrastructure of the bank, and really reduces its ability to last for probably 30 to 40 years. It's diminishing that security of that bank, probably 30, 40 years of constant rain, and that's a concern, certainly in this area. Some of the other hazards that were identified, pollution of the watershed area to include food waste, trash, metal debris, and then human and animal waste. You can see that many of the trash and the items on the far left and far right, those are already in the waterway, and those will remain there until the storm comes and moves them downstream or blocks the culvert. Some additional hazards is, we've talked about the critical infrastructure and fire hazards, as well as safety dangers associated with volatile fuels. So along the stretch of the creek, you will come across numerous propane tanks, empty propane tanks. Some have some propane in them. Those are extremely unsafe. Those are under high pressure, and any kind of puncture or damage could certainly cause an issue. And then Chief McCrane spoke about the high pressure gas lines. As individuals continue to dig into the soil, there is likelihood of them hitting high pressure gas lines, which are noted in the second photo from the right. There's actual signage that warns individuals of high pressure gas lines. And digging in that area, if you wanted to go down and do development, you would have to call and make sure that you know how deep that gas line is before you could even dig. We find shovels down there, we find tools down there that are capable of digging deep into the soil. And then, as I mentioned before, the fuel from down trees, dead trees, trees that have been cut to clear for camps. Those are the kinds of things that we have a concern about at this time. So I wanted to briefly discuss two federal court decisions and address any concerns that people might have as far as the legal liability. So in Martin versus City of Boise, this is a controversial Ninth Circuit decision that has caused confusion regarding the actions municipalities can and cannot take to ensure urban cleanliness and livability. Housing advocates, among others, have distilled the case down to a single proposition. If a city lacks shelter beds for the entirety of its unhoused population, it cannot enforce any restrictions on camping or sleeping in public spaces. This inaccurate recap fails to capture the narrowness of the actual holding. In fact, Martin states that the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment barred the city of Boise from criminally prosecuting people for the mere act of sleeping outside on public property when those people have no alternative shelter available. Yet the opinion also emphasized that the Eighth Amendment can be used only sparingly to limit government action, stating that its holding was narrow. The court specified that in no way required governments to allow anyone who wishes to sit, lie, or sleep on the streets at any time and at any place. Another court decision, and there's been two from the Ninth Circuit Court, is Johnson versus Grants Pass. City of Grants Pass ordinances, which, among other things, precluded homeless persons from using a blanket, pillow, or cardboard box for protection from the elements while sleeping within city limits. In this case, the Ninth Circuit Court expanded on its decision in Martin to prohibit civil enforcement for sleeping outside when adequate shelter is not available for persons involuntarily experiencing homelessness, if civil enforcement can lead to criminal enforcement. So in both of these cases, these cities in particular were truly looking to criminalize sleeping outside, and they were looking to ban individuals from sleeping outside and being homeless within their cities. Those are neither things that we are trying to do here. Federal district courts that have heard cases following Martin have provided important guidance to officials who must address unauthorized encampments. Judges have rejected the soundbite holding and found that cities can clear encampments that pose health and safety threats, implement and enforce time and place restrictions on where and when individuals can camp on public property, and enforce quality of life laws that do not relate to sleeping in public, including regulation of litter, public urination and defecation, obstruction of roadways, possession and distribution of drugs, harassment, and violence. Of all challenges to municipal ordinances in the wake of Martin, only two have clearly succeeded. The cities involved there sought to exclude all homeless individuals from their city limits, or they took superficial measures to assert adherence to the Ninth Circuit's instructions. So, what are our findings? This follows up with some of the videos that you've seen, but also it provides the purpose of why we're here tonight. The city must appropriately consider various interests and formulate policy to best protect public health, safety, welfare, property, and the environment with its limited resources. The city of Morro Bay has struggled with large encampments being created throughout the city dating back to 2015. Hundreds of staff hours can be accounted for to clear encampments that create health and safety issues for the community. Some of these locations have included Morro Creek near the power plant, Lila Kaiser Park, Toro Creek, Main Street overpass of Morro Creek, Morro Bay Boulevard on and off ramp of Highway 1, Main Street near Limos, the Sand Dudes near the Rock parking lot. In all of these cleanups, the city has footed the bill for staff time and disposal of thousands of yards of trash and debris. Your city team has worked together to address the current issue that is Quintana Creek. This location is private property, and all individuals occupying or camping the area will be required to vacate the property soon. This is similar to the eviction and cleanup conducted by Vistra Energy back in May of 2021, when they evicted and cleaned up similar encampments on their property along Morro Creek. The city has received weekly complaints of activities surrounding the Quintana Creek related to unsafe and unhealthy conditions that exist, as well as the crime being witnessed by the public, many in broad daylight, giving a feeling of an unsafe community in a highly visited commercial business district. Over the past 2 years, city staff, along with numerous community outreach partners, have engaged with the unhoused population in this area as well as throughout Morro Bay to meet them where they reside, to try to offer services and referrals to organizations such as Salvation Army, TEMA, CAPSLO, ECHO, County Drug and Alcohol Services, County Behavioral Health, County Public Health, Department of Veteran Services, VA Supportive Housing, 805 Street Outreach, Tri-Counties Regional Center, Social Security Administration, Adult and Child Protective Services. As we review these findings and continue to strive for the equitable use of public and city property for all, I would like to highlight that Chief McCrane, myself, and your city team have combed through legal reviews, dozens of city ordinances, and have consulted with regional experts for the sole purpose of finding the most compassionate approach to this societal issue. The city has experienced both ends of the spectrum, from the least compassionate means to several models and opinions in between. And we have come to you tonight with this ordinance that we believe provides the most compassion, with strong efforts resulting to increase services for the unhoused while maintaining health and safety standards for everyone in our community. Our purpose and goal is to serve all with compassion and understanding for everyone involved with this difficult issue. So as we go through some of the findings, and Chief McCrane mentioned a few of them, the city must appropriately consider various interests and formulate policy to best protect public health, safety, welfare, property, and the environment with its limited resources. I'm not going to read through them all. Everybody can see them. If anybody can't see any, let me know, and we can go back through. The city owns limited property where camping can and should be allowed. The city has had increasing concerns regarding public health and safety due to camping on or in right-of-ways. It is the purpose and intent of the city council to provide standards for camping and survival sheltering on city right-of-ways and public property. Smaller campsites support both the health and safety of people who are camping for survival on public property as well as the health and safety of the public. It is the intent of the city to evaluate each removal of an established campsite with considerations of public health and safety, including for the people who are sheltering in the camps, potential user conflicts, and available resources. So in speaking about the regulations that come with this camping ordinance, regulations provide persons who do not have a permanent residence or domicile and/or are involuntarily experiencing homelessness the ability to camp on public property or rights of way, provided that camping is occurring in compliance with the time, place, and manner regulations and consistent with any administrative rules and policies. Provides for the authority for the city to adopt administrative rules and policies governing or guiding enforcement of the chapter, including but not limited to ensuring consistent and appropriate enforcement for various circumstances. So, time regulations. Camping on public property, where allowed, may only occur for 24 hours at a time in any one location. Place regulations. Camping on public property is allowed in certain places in the city, including in or within 200 feet of residential areas, schools, playgrounds, visitors serving commercial areas, critical infrastructure, or high or very high fire zones. Where it creates physical impediments preventing emergency or non-emergency access to public or private property, vehicle and bicycle lanes within public rights-of-way, certain public properties such as City Hall, Community Center, and Veterans Hall. The manner regulations. Camping when and where allowed is subject to regulations including cannot impede sidewalk accessibility or use of public rights-of-way, camping limited to space or not more than 12 by 12 feet, which is 144 square feet. So that would be a 12 by 12 tent. A camp may not be located within 150 feet radius from another camp to limit camping sprawls. Requires area to be kept clean and free of garbage, debris, and waste. Open flames, recreational fires, and the like are prohibited. Some flameless warming and cooking devices are permitted. Dumping of gray water or hazardous water prohibited. No unauthorized connections or taps to public utilities. Building structures out of plywood, pallets, or any other similar items not allowed. Portable tents used for shelter not included in this prohibition. Limited storage of personal property related to what is necessary for camping, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry. Camps limited to no more than 2 persons, 2 animals, and 1 portable tent used for shelter. So when we talk about the enforcement aspect of this, when I have discussions with individuals about city ordinances, there always seems to be, and there always needs to be, an enforcement level to the ordinance. However, I want to make sure that it's very clear tonight that through this enforcement, we are not seeking or looking to charge anyone criminally for sleeping outside or being homeless. We are not looking to issue civil penalties for anyone who is sleeping outside or homeless. We are truly looking for voluntary compliance. We are hoping that making notifications, and providing 72 hours to move the camp or minimize the camp is going to be effective. And if that is not successful, we will look to have the ability to remove those camps, to keep them on the smaller level, unlike what you've seen in the video. So on enforcement, the ordinance provides for gradual and humane enforcement, seeking to respect the dignity of all involved. The intent is to always resolve violations at the lowest possible level, and to engage to seek compliance and solve problems while maintaining the dignity of all involved. Voluntary compliance is our first step. We're going to seek voluntary compliance. With good faith efforts will be made to determine whether the person subject to enforcement has been referred to service providers and/or local nonprofit assistance organizations, and make a referral if it appears none has been made. Next level is 72-hour notice. After that, if the violation persists, a 72-hour notice will be provided with limited exceptions, including for emergencies. In advance of any action to remove an established campsite or camp facilities in violation of the regulations. The notice, among other requirements, will provide information about any available housing, shelter, or homeless services available, the phone number and address to contact in order to obtain such housing, shelter, or homeless services if available, and information about obtaining free transportation if available to such housing, shelter, or homeless services. The third step of enforcement is removal of established campsites. Finally, if both of these steps occur and violations continue, city's officials are authorized to remove established campsites or camp facilities not in compliance with time, place, and manner regulations. When removing camp facilities or individuals, camp materials, or personal property from an established campsite, enforcement personnel will make reasonable efforts to remove individuals without the use of force or citation. Personal property removed of reasonable value or utility and that is not hazardous will be held by the city at the city's expense for no less than 90 days or is required by applicable law for retrieval. Property not retrieved within the applicable time frame is subject to disposition or destruction by the city. Another element of this ordinance is vehicle camping on private property. In addition to health and safety problems generated by unregulated camping on public property, the use of vehicles for human habitation overnight on private property used for business or nonprofit organization operations also impacts public health and safety, including for the following reasons. damage to private property, theft, the accumulation of trash, food waste, human waste, and contaminated medical waste, and the unauthorized discharge of gray water and hazardous water. The accumulation of trash, food waste, and human waste has the potential to spread disease and result in infestations by vermin and insects. The accumulation of discarded contamination medical waste, including using hypodermic needles, has the potential to harm patrons of the businesses or nonprofits located where the overnight human habitation of vehicles is occurring, who are exposed to this waste and is an attractive nuisance for children. The collection of contaminated medical waste, human waste, and trash, and the discharge of gray water and hazardous water has the potential to contaminate a city's waterways and beaches due to the proximity of storm drains. Overnight human habitation in vehicles on private property used by business or nonprofit establishment has resulted in a significant number of police calls for service related to vandalism, property damage, and criminal activity, including narcotics usage, noise violation, excessive debris around the vehicles, prowling, parking violations, private property trespassing, and loitering. Unregulated overnight human habitation in vehicles on private property used by business or nonprofit establishments creates increased public health and safety risks, such as those from overdose, fire hazards, and death. We've seen those experiences in Oklahoma Safe Parking. So the requirements of the ordinance on the overnight habitation of vehicles on private property. The ordinance protects the city and private property owners from getting themselves into a situation where subjects who are seeking a location to camp inside their vehicles for an extended period of time out of necessity are able to do so under specific guidelines that help protect the health and safety of the private property owner. The proposed ordinance provides for regulation of overnight human habitation of vehicles on private property used for business or nonprofit organization operations. Such activity would be prohibited without the consent of the property owner or lessee. However, such camping is allowed if done with permission of the private property owner or lessee. If permission is received, then such overnight camping is allowed subject to following certain regulations, which include access to sanitary facilities at all times. So if a private property owner was to allow access for vehicle habitation, they would also have to provide access for restrooms with running water. No payment or any fee, rent or other monetary charge, so they couldn't charge any kind of fee for the private parking or camping on their vehicle camping. Restricted to no more than 3 overnight stays within a 10-day period of time. So if they were there for 3 days, they would have to vacate the property for 7 days, total of 10 days. And then they could return. No dumping of wastewater, gray water, hazardous water, or trash on the property unless sufficient city-approved receptacles or hookups are available. And then reasonable personal property restrictions. This ordinance is also provides for authority for the city to adopt administrative rules or policies governing or guiding enforcement of the chapter, including but not limited to ensuring consistent and appropriate enforcement for various circumstances. So that's a lot of information. And Chief McCrane and I wanted to make sure that, through the development of these, of this ordinance, we've reached out and spoken to a lot of experts in the field, as well as subjects that are experiencing the situations of homelessness. And so there's a few things that we wanted to go over. The first was the frequently asked question is, what is the city doing to help our homeless? Chief McCrane?
So I'll go ahead and speak on this. So we've touched on a lot of this already, but just to kind of highlight, the city has a lot of partnerships with local and regional outreach groups, Transitions Mental Health, 805 Street Outreach, Estero Bay Alliance for Care, Salvation Army, San Luis Obispo Food Bank, Public Health, Behavioral Health, Veteran Services, Drug and Alcohol Services, Probation and Parole. And we do have a homeless outreach caseworker that can assist with connecting those service groups as well as many others. The city provides financial support to county regional efforts to address homelessness, including the Department of Social Services and Public Health. We transfer the city's portion of the national opioid settlement to the county to manage as a regional effort. We support the weekly Monday night dinners for all community members that are food insecure, as well as partner with the Slow Food Bank for various campaigns to receive food donations. The next frequently asked question is, why can't they just stay where they are? As we've described before, there's many health and safety concerns created by the unregulated campsites. The accumulation of solid and human waste is a public health concern. Difficult access on unstable soils with digging or terracing of the ground presents erosion and collapse risk. Many of these encampments are in environmentally sensitive areas that can have a negative impact on the ecosystem in the area. There's also a substantial flood risk because of the proximity of these camps to our storm drains and systems. Another one is where are they supposed to go? These ordinances do provide guidelines for where and how they may establish a campsite for the night. This does not ban camping within the city. It just provides a method to do it that provides safety for all. There's adequate open space within city limits that an individual can camp and utilize to set up a tent to sleep for the night and be within compliance of the regulations. Permanent campsites may not be established.
I just wanted to highlight on that one. We currently have 3 individuals within the city of Morro Bay who currently stay mobile throughout the day and find a place to sleep at night without issue. So we do have people who are practicing some of the things that we're recommending. The next question we receive is, why does the city not just build a shelter? With limited space and funding for a shelter within the city, this makes it difficult to fund a shelter. The city provides funding to Cap Slow to support the shelter in San Luis Obispo at Prado. Shelters require large amounts of staff and resources to operate. There are several rules and regulations that are required to operate a safe and healthy shelter. Even if a shelter were built in Morro Bay, the barriers for people choosing to enter the shelter still exist. Some of those shelter concerns and why people choose not to go to shelters when available is fear of violence in a crowded shelter, feeling of insecurity in a crowded shelter, lack of privacy, anxiety and depression caused by crowded and noisy environment in a shelter, not wanting to leave familiar surroundings or property, being separated from a pet or loved one, lack of transportation, preference of freedom to act and behave as they choose, resistance to authority, and then previous bad experiences in shelters. Chief, did you add a couple other things on the shelter?
I do. So I did a little bit of looking at the 40 Prado homeless shelter that's run by Cap Slow. And as Chief Watkins alluded to, building a homeless shelter is a very complex capital project. It requires adequate public land for building the shelter on that the city does not currently have. In addition to the one-time construction cost to build the facility, the annual operating costs are not something that the city has the resources to take on. For comparison, the homeless shelter on Prado Road in Slow has a $4.8 million annual operating budget. And this was based on numbers obtained from their November 2023 board packet. It's more realistic for a city of our size to partner with resources such as Cap Slow and the San Luis Obispo County to operate this regional shelter and provide additional services in that manner. This shelter does serve our unhoused from Morro Bay, and this partnership provides a greater access to a larger number of services and resources than we would be able to provide if we stood this up on our own. Access to medical care, mail services, animal care service areas, access to food and laundry. In addition to those financial and logistical reasons, Chief Watkins commented on a lot of the barriers. The rules that are established with shelters would be the same if we opened up a shelter here. We would still have those rules and regulations for entry.
So the final question that's frequently asked is, how does this help the unhoused? In speaking with experts in the field, we've often heard the term movement is momentum. As these unhoused individuals sleep and reside in the creek, they become accustomed to not needing or wanting more. We are hopeful with the increased partnerships and services for the unhoused, these individuals will feel seen and be given an opportunity to get clean, receive services, and seek a better option for themselves as they start to feel seen by our community. So we had a representative here last night from 805 Street Outreach. Wendy Blackert is the founding creator and president of 805 Street Outreach. It is a new nonprofit organization that serves SLO County, but she is very dedicated to Morro Bay, Atascadero, and the Northern County, which is underrepresented by a lot of services. And so we are very fortunate to have a partnership with 805 Street Outreach. City of Morro Bay understands that many view this topic through different lenses. We met Wendy Blackert through Jason Holland, and after a long conversation with Wendy, the president and founder of 805 Street Outreach, we realized that 805 Street Outreach was going to be an important partner for the city as we move forward to address these issues. Their vision, as you can see, or hopefully you can see on the PowerPoint there, if you can't, I'll read it. They see everyone through a lens of sympathy and understanding. So many of our unhoused population have lost their faith in the people offering them help due to no follow-through. Our objective in building rapport with this community is simple. Treat everyone as an equal, give them back their dignity, be it with food, clothing, or a hot shower. We are all human and deserve to be treated as such, and so. I couldn't agree more with Wendy. Again, I met Wendy probably 8-9 months ago. She had yet to get her nonprofit off the ground. She's recently done so. She's also been already awarded some grants that she's very excited about. Wendy understands what these individuals are going through, and it certainly has helped me take a look at this through her lens so that we as a city are doing what is right by the individuals that are unhoused and are seeking shelter on a nightly basis. Wendy was here last night, wasn't able to be here tonight, and I let her know I didn't want to speak for her, but her response to me was, we've had a lot of conversations, we both understand each other and what we stand for. So we are very fortunate to have the partnership with 805 Street Outreach, and one of the things that Chief McCrane and your city staff has really been dedicated to through this process, especially with our conversations with you all, council and mayor, is that our unwillingness to move forward with something like this if we didn't increase our services here in Morro Bay. And it might not necessarily be a shelter, but we can still increase our services. And so that's what we're doing. And that's what we've been doing over the formulation of this ordinance and working hard with partners like CAPSLO, TEMA, and 805 Street Outreach, and our own in-house Jason Holland. But on January 15th, we're excited to announce that, January 15th, 805 will be bringing their mobile shower trailer to Morro Bay Library parking lot to provide free hot showers to our unhoused. This is the first date of many. The showers will be provided the first and third Monday of every month at the library from noon to 3 p.m. So that coincides with our Monday dinners as well. 805 will bring a number of services to assist our unhoused, such as CAPSLO, TEMA, Dignity Health, so individuals can be seen by doctors and nurses, and then drug and alcohol counselors. And then Wendy, I just spoke to her last night, she's working on getting meals as well. So individuals who come for a shower, they can also be fed with a hot meal, hopefully on a barbecue that she was trying to acquire yesterday. So in conclusion, city staff is dedicated to a continued effort to increase services to our unhoused community through partnerships with organizations like 805 Street Outreach. We must provide for those who need assistance while balancing the needs and safety of everyone in our community. And with that, we can open it up to questions, but through this ordinance, the staff recommends City Council to mitigate harms to public health, safety, and welfare, adopt this urgency ordinance to regulate camping on public property, and introduce for first reading both a regular ordinance regulating camping on public property as well as a regular ordinance to regulate use of vehicles on human habitation, for human habitation on private property with businesses or nonprofits.
Thank you, Chiefs. I do have a question to lead off with, is the map. Do we have a slide of that? Can we have a conversation about that? Where is,
So the maps are in the packet. Let me see if I can get one over.
okay, thank you. Thanks, whenever you can. Yes, no? Questions? Would you like to start off, Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to both chiefs for your hard work on this item. You know, when I knew that you were looking at something like this, I sat down with each of you for like 2 hours, and I asked probably 1,000,001 questions, and I had, and I feel like after I've read the complete product here that you've come up with, that you've answered a lot of my questions, probably 99.9% of my questions. And so I just, I appreciate the effort, and this is sounding like a comment, but I do have a question here. I do appreciate the effort that you're putting forward to not criminalize our unhoused part of our community. I do agree with the individual that came up here prior that our unhoused is part of our community. They are our neighbors, they just are unhoused. And I think that they deserve to be treated with dignity, and I feel as though that was taken into consideration when this was created. That's extremely important to me, and something I've never been shy to talk about is that my own brother is unhoused. I knew I was going to tear up. But this is a very important subject for me. I just want to say that. Okay. Okay. So my question here is, I'm excited to hear about the showers. When you say we're in partnership, does that mean we are financially contributing to this, or the partnership just kind of the working together and they're funding their own program and we're just supporting that? Like, how does that work?
So we've facilitated the connection with 805 Street Outreach. We initially started down the road of trying to partner with them directly as the city, and the location of using it in the library parking lot. We entered into discussions with the library, and the library decided to take them under the umbrella of services that they currently provide with Transitions Mental Health, and they provided a path to do that. So we started the process with them, and then they decided to bring them under their insurance umbrella and their contract. So it's a partnership in that we've created the alliance and put all the pieces together to make it come together. The donations and things like that are something that the nonprofit works on their own.
And when I spoke to Wendy last night, this is the very beginning stages for her. She just got the 501c3 created, I would say less than 2 months ago. And she's already received a grant and a very substantial donation from a private donor. And that's going to allow her to get certainly her goals and her vision off the ground and running. But I think what she's realizing is we were the first to come to her. Like I said, we've been talking for at least 9 months. But I think she's starting to realize the demand, certainly in the North County, for showers and the services that she and her organization are going to provide. So the funding for these showers, she has enough certainly to support Morro Bay, because she was interested in partnering with us first. But just over the last week or two, there's been several communities, cities that have come forward and asked her to do weekly showers, daily showers, and that comes at a cost. So what we spoke about last night was, we are certainly committed to partnering with her. A lot is going to be on donations. We talked about our local community here. As this gets up and running, you have our local stores, Albertsons, Spencer's, that I'm sure would, and Chief McCrane and I have already spoken to the manager at Albertsons. He's always willing and donates food regularly to Slow Food Bank. But to provide food during a Monday shower, that's something that, I can certainly champion with her. So do some of the footwork alongside. And then also, there's a lot of grants out there for public safety, and some of those grants might include the ability to work with community outreach and things like that. And if there's a position that we can get in that where we can use some of that grant money to support continued efforts to support our unhoused, then we would certainly do that.
That was a very thorough answer. Thank you both very much. I am curious, when we give the first verbal warning, this is back to the ordinance, when we provide that, how is that provided? Is that provided by a police officer? Is it provided by Mr. Holland? How does that go down?
So that would be provided by our police officers, our community service officer, Jason Holland, wouldn't be necessarily in that realm. But, the officers already make daily, if not weekly, contact with many individuals. So the awareness and the understanding of who the individuals are is important, that rapport that they've built. So that first contact would be by an officer, and we would move forward from there. But certainly, when Jason is here on the days that he's here, because we share him with the City of Atascadero, the most important thing on that first contact is continuing to encourage the services, accepting the services. What do they need? Because Jason is a strong resource to connecting those.
Okay, thank you. And I have one last question regarding the notice after, I think it's 72 hours. The notice, I know that we're familiar with our locals who are unhoused in our community that's, been here for some time. So we're probably aware, at least I would hope that we were aware of those who were literate or illiterate. And I want to make sure that, we do have a transient population that passes through. And I'm just curious how we, I don't know that it would be often that this would happen, but in the chance that the individual with the campsite is not able to read, how do we guarantee that they can understand the notice before their items get removed in the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I didn't go all the way into the notice, but there are requirements that the notice shall contain. And it's the location of the established campsite or camp facility, the date and time that the notice was posted, a statement that the established campsite or camp facility violates the chapter, an advisement that the city will remove the established campsite or camp facility 72 hours after the date and time of the notice, information about any housing, shelter, or homeless service available for occupants of the established campsite or camp facilities, the phone number and address to contact in order to obtain such housing, shelter, or homeless services if available, and information about obtaining free transportation if available to such housing, shelter, or homeless services. An advisement that any personal property remaining at the established campsite or camp facility site when the enforcement personnel returns to remove the camp will be impounded for no fewer than 90 days or is provided for by applicable law and will be discarded thereafter if not claimed. The address, phone number, and operating hours of the location where the personal property will be stored and may be retrieved, being a storage facility and depending on the property, potentially at the Morro Bay Police Department. So when we post these notices, first of all, this is going to be after potentially 24 hours at minimum. If we return to the campsite and there's nobody there, there's a lot of signs that you can use to identify if a camp is abandoned. That's outlined in our administrative procedures. But you can usually validate if a camp is currently being occupied by items inside or items outside. So in our situation, if an officer were to go out and let's say 24 hours, they try to find somebody, they go back another 24 hours later, another 36 hours later, we have officers on 24/7. So if officers during the day can't make contact, then we're going to send them out there at night, or we're going to send them out there the following day. we're not just going to post a notice and then come back 72 hours later. If we know who the camp belongs to, they can certainly put name and information about who we believe the camp belongs to. We can provide the notice personally to them. But in situations where we come across a camp that we're just not sure about, we're going to make every effort to identify the person. But after 72 hours and more without activity at a camp, one could start to imagine that the camp is probably abandoned. But we would still, with that abandoned camp, we would still secure the property and hold it for 90 days.
Councilmember Ford, if I could add also, in addition to all of those steps that will be taken, the ordinance also provides that a good faith effort will be made to actually provide the written notice to the individual. So it's not just you post the notice and you're gone. So that's part of it. The reason why we made it a good faith effort is, of course, you might come across encampments where no one's there. But if someone's there, then the officers will, of course, communicate with them as well. And furthermore, when the encampments are removed, then another notice will be placed indicating where you can retrieve the property. And the city, of course, as Chief Watkins mentioned, will be keeping that property at no cost to the owners. And so made every effort possible to make this as humane of a process as possible.
Thank you, City Attorney Newmeyer. And I know I said that was my last question. I apologize. I do have one more. I'm so sorry, Mayor. Only because of what was just mentioned. I can see the audience kind of going, wow, that's like a lot. That's a lot, for our police to have to do a lot of effort, a lot of time. And I know the answer to this, but I think it's important that that maybe one of the chiefs answers this for those listening. My question to you earlier when we were talking about the development of this ordinance is, how will you have the bandwidth to do this? And it's such a huge undertaking, and you're putting so much on your own selves to add this to the already full amount of services that you're providing on a daily basis. And you gave a really great response regarding like the beginning stages and where you want to end up and how that actually helps our services. And I don't know if you want to just kind of give just a really brief reason, how that works and what your intentions are.
Yeah, absolutely. So what Chief McCrane mentioned before, but officers currently make contact, respond to calls for service, just check the welfare of individuals who are, residing outside to the tune of about 60% of our total calls for service. Whether those are calls from the public or officers doing proactive contacts, we currently spend a large majority of our time working with, handling calls associated with these large camps and the individuals that are associated with. So in moving with this ordinance, one of the things that this creates is an opportunity for us to limit some of the very difficult items, which are the cleanup, the private property issues, as well as the health and safety issues. So what we're looking for with this ordinance is the opportunity to clean up the area, reduce some of our calls for service, but more importantly, work with the individuals to seek services and work toward finding housing. And while this is going to be certainly a large lift to get everybody acclimated and aware of what we're trying to accomplish and working together with the community and with everybody here, it's going to start off as a heavy lift, but what we've seen and what I've heard from other cities that have gone through this is it creates a less strain and less demand on the community, on the environment, and on public safety services as we get better with this ordinance.
Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'd like to take a look at the map.
first. Thank you.
Councilmember Landrum?
I wanted to ask a few questions. I wanted to know about the lockers. The city will be purchasing the lockers, correct?
For the property storage?
Right.
So what we generally do is we would purchase a secured storage. Generally, they're C-trains. And so there would be an organized system within each C-train to manage the property.
Okay. And then because of an earlier item today, A9, I just want to make sure with that we would have like a maintenance plan when we purchase this C-train, and so that we don't in the future have to hire a consultant to take care of it. So is there something like that?
So I took a look at how much C-trains cost as I was doing the fiscal impact of this, and you can purchase a C-train that you place on city property for less than $10,000.
Okay, and we can maintain it.
And that would be ownership and maintain. They're C-trains. They're large metal containers.
Right, okay. And then I wanted to find out about, I don't know which order to do this. I guess first I should ask Mr. Kwolek. I asked you this earlier, but just for everyone to hear, how much does the city spend from your department in cleaning up this problem? Encampment.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. Between hauling costs for the trash that we pick up, as well as staff time, we estimate at the current rate on an annual basis, we spend around $70,000 a year in public works.
And would that include this current cleanup that's going to be necessary?
Excuse me, no. If there's an extraordinary cleanup, then that would be something else. And it's very likely that an extraordinary cleanup, we'd be looking to hire a contractor to help us with that, because we may need to bring in equipment and specialized crews to handle hazardous materials and things like that.
And do you have any idea of what that might cost?
I could ballpark it. Let's just suppose we wanted to clean out that whole creek. I guess we'd be looking at $10,000 to $25,000, depending on what's down there.
In addition to the 70,000. Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then I'm wondering, maybe Mr. Newmeyer can help me with this. Is there the responsibility of the property owners? Is there how do we address that? Because I feel like this money could so much be better used towards services for these people, and I'm wondering what our recourse is in that.
The city has an obligation to make sure that when it confiscates personal property, that provides an opportunity for the property owners to retrieve it. And so, consistent with state and federal law, we're having this property stored so they can come back and get it.
I don't think you understood my question. I'm talking about the real property owners and their responsibility to all these enormous costs that we're incurring. The landowner.
Sure. So you mean for private property?
Right,
Could
right.
the city send them a bill, you're wondering, like for
Well,
the
I mean,
cost?
how do we, yeah.
Well, the city could pursue, I suppose, a public nuisance abatement action against the property owners, for cleanup costs. That's not something that we've looked into, but we certainly could look into it.
So, and can you retroactively do that? Because, I mean, if this has been going on since 2015 and there was an incident, we were doing these same things on Vistra property, could we similarly, get recourse from Vistra?
I believe a lot of the cleanup out at Vistra was done by Vistra Corp. Maybe Mr. Kwolek could confirm that, but I don't think the city was paying for that cleanup. I think the city cooperated with Vistra when they went into wanting to do the cleanup. Greg, do you remember how that worked?
I think Amy was actually employed with the city at that time and could speak better to that question.
Yes, so Vistra handled their cleanup. So we went in and assisted with just making sure that the property was clear. And then they contracted with the cleanup crew and they paid for that privately. I've been in communication with all 3 private property owners along Quintana Creek. And certainly what we're hoping for is to sit down and have a discussion about the options as far as cleanup and regaining their private property. Additional conversations are proper delineation of their property and proper posting of trespass orders and items like that to keep the property clear so that we don't continue to go back down and have these encampments, large encampments reform after they've been cleared.
Right, but what I'm looking at is reimbursement to the city for these expenses. And then also, well, I'm talking to you, Chief Watkins. We kind of talked about this the other day, but did you have a chance to kind of roughly add up what this has cost to your department and staff time?
So I did it as basic as I could, which was the third step officer, which is our middle step. It's about $104,000 just in wages a year for that officer. If you took 60% of that officer's time throughout the year, which we can substantiate through statistics, it's about $64,000 per officer per year.
Wow. And how many officers do we have?
We have 11 officers that are dedicated to patrol operations.
Okay, thank you. And so that could maybe be looked at being reimbursed from Vistra. And then Chief McCrane, for your office, your department, what are your expenses, would you estimate?
So I just looked at calls in the vicinity of our encampment that we currently have. I don't have a clear way to track every incident that we respond to.
Just rough.
For that.
Yeah, just a rough.
Since January 1st of last year till now, so calendar year, we've had more than 80 responses just to the vicinity of Quintana and Kennedy. And figuring out our reimbursement rates for that, for a 4-person engine company, I'm looking at about $25,000 just in personnel time for responses in that area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Landrum, if I could, you bring up a good point about who's going to pay for these actions. And so, to be clear, Chief Watkins and I just talked. This ordinance is specifically addressed towards encampments on public property, which is the city's responsibility. In tandem with that, the city is also going to be working with private property owners on cleanup. And so that's going to be further discussions. But you bring up a good point, and I think it's important for staff to remember that as we're doing both these paths, cleaning up public property, which we're going to be paying for, and then working with private property owners at the same time to clean up that property, we definitely do want to make sure that in all cases possible, they're going to be paying for that cleanup. And so that's something that's going to evolve as time goes by. I think that some of the private property owners and the city also were reluctant for one to do it before the other, right? So I think it needs to both occur at the same time. But you bring up a really good point that we do need to make sure that we're careful to look at, is it the public property that's being cleaned up, which we're going to pay for, versus the private property? So to your point, that's, I think
we're going to clean up the private property because it's a flooding hazard. It's a drainage issue, right? And we have been cleaning that up.
Yes, that is a health and safety issue.
Right.
But this ordinance is authorizing the city to do cleanups on the public property. In tandem with that, I assume the city is going to move forward with making sure that the private property owners do cleanup. If they're not going to cooperate with the city and not be contributing resources to it, then we definitely have other methods, like I said, public nuisance abatement actions to take against them. So
I'm just wondering about the incurred costs in the past since 2015 that we've been, that this has been draining from the city's resources, and it seems like it's all such a negative thing, and it's so unnecessary. If the private property owners were properly maintaining their properties, we wouldn't be in this, this situation. I mean, we might, but we wouldn't be in this exact situation. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Barton?
Not so much questions. I've been pleased as I've been listening to this about the effort made to be reasonable and humane and all of those kinds of issues. I'm with you. I think I'd like that to be the response of Morro Bay, that it's a good one. And I'm glad you've both taken that tack and made good contacts in our larger community so that this can be successful. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to get to public comment because we have a bunch of speaker slips, but one last thing before we get there, if you could please put that map back up. Thank you. So we could have that conversation real quick about the 150, 200, 100, and where that location, how to decipher the map, I think, is for everybody to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll take a stab at it, and maybe I can get some help from one of the chiefs. But there are actually 3 maps. One has a 200-foot buffer around prohibited areas, one 150-foot buffer, and one a 100-foot buffer. So it's difficult to see, so I'm going to zoom in if I can. Yeah, I don't think I'm able to zoom in at this.
We could just talk about the legend and what the color, there you go. Perfect.
So the way I interpret this map is anything that has a color on it would be prohibited for camping. And so the different color, like yellow, orange, there's sort of a mauve. Those are different zoned areas that would be prohibited. And if you see an orange outline around those areas, that's the buffer zone. So in this, on this map, it's a 100-foot buffer. So I'm not going to flip through all the maps because I'm zoomed in, but that orange zone and the higher level of buffer just is a thicker line. And that's also where the camping is prohibited, and that's the boundary. So another way to interpret it is the areas that are not colored in by anything in theory, and I'm going to look to the chiefs, that is where camping is permitted. Overnight camping is permitted.
That's correct.
Can you give us a little bit of, where we're at right there in town? There you go. Thank you. The location.
Sure. So here, this looks like the downtown area, and that makes sense because it's farther away from residential areas. Here would be the Quintana Creek. And again, this is private property, so it's already prohibited unless the property owner has given permission for folks to stay there, but the ordinance also has some rules to that. And so what you really see is the commercial areas where the camping would still be permitted. And moving up the town a bit, again here, this looks like the Preston Lane area where that would be permitted. There seems to be a cut in the woods here between the Vista property and Lila Kaiser, or would be permitted. We have a segment of the Cloisters area that would be permitted. Up Main Street, there's some small slivers of land here. This looks like Spencer's. And there's not much else until you get up to way up North Morro Bay, up in some of the property that's owned by the city to the north.
Could you swing down south a little bit for me and capture it? Right, yeah, a little bit farther, and just capture that general area. So it has an orange border around it. So does that take in that whole area?
So I guess the one piece that's confusing here is that the roads are actually also orange. So if we could forget that for a moment. And let's just take this color. So if you're reading the map from home, it looks like the zoning there is, that orange is residential medium density. So we'll go back here. That means all of this is residential medium density. Mm-hmm. And the orange border is the 100-foot buffer in this scenario. I believe staff is recommending a 200-foot buffer, but this map that I happened to pull up was the 100-foot buffer. So that becomes the the prohibited camping boundary.
Okay, so is the area that's permitted inside of that darkest
white,
orange?
the white.
Or is it,
It's in the gray area.
It's the area that's not colored,
Okay.
the gray area. Yeah.
Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep that handy. Thank you. With that, I am going to move to public comment. I have speaker slips I'm going to start with. I will call up three at a time. Leah Pond, Bonnie Tognazzini, and Joe Yukich.
Hi. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Hi. My name's Leah Pond. I was born and raised here in Morro Bay. I was born in '84. My parents are from Morro Bay. My dad was born and raised here. He's one of 10, so he was raised here with his 10 siblings. My grandparents moved here in the 40s or the 50s. My mom came here in the 70s with her huge family. And I think to be from somewhere and to live somewhere are two totally different things. I moved away for the first time in 2007 when I met my husband. He was stationed here with the Coast Guard. He did a 4-year tour. And the non-negotiable for me when I moved away with him was that I definitely wanted to come back to Morro Bay when he retired. So he retired in 2019, and we moved back home so I could raise my son here. My son's a 3rd grader at Del Mar, which is where I went. We live in North Morro Bay, and I live on the exact same street I grew up in the exact same house. My grandparents passed away. They no longer are with us. My mom and dad are still alive, and I have a lot of family that still lives here. When I came back, Morro Bay certainly changed. It's not the same as when I grew up here. And it's actually pretty ugly. It's pretty gross. I can't even drive on Quintana anymore. My therapist told me not to. I'm not a good public speaker. My heart is kind of pounding right now, and that's what it feels like when I drive on Quintana. So I don't do it anymore. So I stay in North Morro Bay, and I have everything I need there. I own a business in North Morro Bay, and my life's pretty good there. And I can raise my son. He goes to Del Mar. So where am I at with time? I don't know. I got a minute. Okay. So I guess I feel like as a mom, that's kind of my stance. I'm a business owner. I'm a citizen. I'm a mom. My son is the most important thing to me. He's the only thing that I care about. And the homeless problem is getting too close to North Morro Bay for me. And I just kind of want to send a message and represent the mothers and fathers of North Morro Bay that we do not want the North Morro Bay, the homeless problem coming there. And they're not invited. And any encampments that are going to start in North Morro Bay, the citizens they're not going to allow it. So it's sad to see what's happening on Quintana, but I'm hopeful that it's not going to happen in North Morro Bay. So
thank you, Leah.
Oh, and I did want to add, in my business, I've had homeless people turn my water off, and that's been really, really frustrating. So
thank
I don't know. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Tognazzini, resident of Morro Bay for about 50 years now. That was my daughter. And we do live on Avalon Street, and things are getting pretty close. There was an incident not too long ago of a person that just got overwhelmed with looking at items that we all see a lot, mostly I think right across from Burger King, where y'all were talking about on the map. Anyhow, this person kind of got a little passionate about what they saw and kind of lost it. Like, how many times do you have to complain about something before something is done? Now, first of all, that person lost it because they were tired of complaining and tired of seeing it and nothing getting done. That's not necessarily the correct response, but it is a response, and a lot of citizens are feeling that way. And it's a good thing that this conversation is happening because it can avoid some legal residents that pay their taxes and want to live in an environment where everybody's happy and things are clean and safe. And that doesn't seem to be happening. So it's almost like, welcome to Morro Bay. Live here for free. You can live off of the land. We pay dearly to live here. Everybody knows it's expensive, and a lot of people would like to live here that can't. Some people are living here that can't afford it, but they're choosing to do so. And we really need to not welcome it. That's not welcomed in Morro Bay. We have tourists that love to come here. They love this place. Pretty much everywhere you go, there's going to be a handful of people that don't respect the laws. And by the way, how many homeless people is it estimated to be in this city? Does anybody know?
We can answer that later.
Is there an approximate number? Because I'm just sitting here a few minutes ago, and I came up with close to $800,000 a year to help people. Yes, the whole idea is, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. These people need help, but they're not getting the help that they need because something is clearly not working. Whatever's been practiced since this has gotten out of hand, it's not working. So the more we brainstorm and come up with ideas, this is a good start, but I don't think it's gonna work. Yes, they need help, but every time we help them, that just reinforces them staying exactly where they want. Some of them want to be that way, and I don't blame them. But thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to progress, solutions happening.
Mayor, do you mind if I clarify really quickly that the 800,000, and I feel guilty because I helped create that number, that's 800,000, you're correct, but it's cumulative. It's not per year.
Well, she just said something about $64,000 a year for one officer.
You're right.
And then she said there are 11 officers.
You're right.
There was 25,000 mentioned for somebody else, something else, and that doesn't even count the food.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Yeah.
We'll clarify it after public comment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Yukich. I happen to be Leah's landlord in North Morro Bay. And Councilwoman Landrum, during your opening statement regarding the holidays, well, today is the 7th day of Hanukkah. So I want to wish you a happy Hanukkah, Lavrot Shalom. And to my friend, the dissenting friend from Israel over here, I want to wish you a happy Hanukkah as well. There you go. All right, so I want to commend the chief here. I mean, you guys have been over backwards. I think you're going to get dissent here tonight, but I think it's fabulous strides are being made. Thank you. Thank you. When you talked about Martin versus Boise, in that discussion about the Ninth Circuit decision, there's a lot of vague interpretation. I mean, you can look at plans like Culver City. Culver City has an excellent plan for winter housing. I think we could maybe accomplish something along those lines. Most of the homeless folks here tonight, they're advocates for the homeless people. They're probably good people. But we have a populace here that and it's a percentage, in any group you have this percentage, that's problematic and dangerous. I'm 6'4". I played Division I football. I've been assaulted 2 times in North Morro Bay. Great response time, but the second time, it was a full-on brawl in my parking lot. And I'm just not going to accept that. The people in North Morro Bay, particularly what Leah was talking about, talk to mothers, fathers every day. It's a real issue. And you got to look at their civil rights. We talk about civil rights here for the homeless. Well, we're taxpayers. I pay a lot of taxes in this town. We've been here since 1976. And we have civil rights too. And it's getting a little thick. So I would appreciate you taking us into consideration as well, the taxpayer. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Andrea, followed by Terry. Andrea White, I can't read the last name. Andrea? No? Terry, you're up.
And now for the main event. I've spoken to this council over the last several years, specifically about a year ago, about my concerns over one of the properties that I represent, which interestingly enough is right next to Couch Potato in the ditch. And I said, I have a serious concern that we have people living on our property without our permission, and that's bad enough, but there's a real health and safety issue if they get washed downstream and stuffed into the underground culvert. People will die. I was thrilled with the response that I got from our chief, our city manager at the time. They made a Herculean effort to get in and get the people to safety. And I thought, well, this is great. You know, we can move this forward. The tendency that I have all my life is to never identify a problem unless I feel that I can present a solution. I've been engrossed in this problem for many years now. I have clients that are losing lots of money, that their property is being degraded beyond belief. We have made every effort to try to do something. And I think that this ordinance goes a long ways to define where the unhoused tourists, and I prefer to think of everybody that comes to Morro Bay as a tourist, whether you're a short-term tourist or long-term tourist. I've been here since 1966, but I still don't feel like I've been here for very long, okay? The Morro Bay is a tourist community. We have facilities for tourism, from high-end hotels down to the campgrounds that the state runs at both ends of town. I think what we see, at least in the Quintana Road ditch area, is we see a sub-level of tourism, a sub-level of camping, where because the property is undeveloped and almost undevelopable, that people who have an economic necessity have chosen to violate private property laws, to commit crimes of trespass and many other things out of necessity. They don't want to be criminals. Maybe some of them have been criminals, but they don't want to be criminals. And I think that the city needs to step up. The ordinance is fine, but I think you need to appropriate some city property, maybe it's a portion of a park with appropriate restroom facilities, and create a free campground for people that qualify as homeless. It's not that complicated. See what you can do with it, and we'll talk more on it as it develops.
I have two more speaker slips. Allison Soderer and Jeff Heller. Allison? No Allison? Jeff?
Thank you. We live in troubled times, don't we? And this is certainly one of our more challenging problems. I want to thank you, Chief, for explaining the urgency component to this, which I was not aware of and obviously was concerned to some members of the public. There's no doubt that our biggest obligation as elected officials and as chiefs and staff for a public agency like the city is the public health and safety of its residents. And I see that that is the focus of this ordinance as I read it. And I applaud and commend both chiefs for their depth of the research they've done on this issue and what you presented to the city. It's not a solution for the unhoused, but I think it is required responsibility to maintain public health and safety in the city of Morro Bay. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you. public comment is opened on item C2 for those of you who have not spoken on the item already.
Hi, my name's Lauren. I'm a local homeless service provider in the area, and I do work with those who are unhoused here in Morro Bay. I do have a few concerns. I talked to Councilmember Landrum this afternoon. One big concern of mine is the shelters are full. There's nowhere for people to go, and I know that that was addressed in the presentation. However, that statement still stands. As someone who is a case manager and a service provider, thinking about people having to move every 24 hours, packing up all of their belongings, and then resetting it up every evening, not only is that difficult for that individual, but I know that this was made to try to connect people to services, and as a service provider, that's gonna make it difficult for me as well. I couldn't imagine having to set up my tent every single night, pack it up in the morning, go to my appointments, go to a job if I have one, work with a caseworker, go to all of these places and do all the things I'm supposed to do, while not even knowing where I'm gonna sleep that night, if, the spot that I maybe have in my mind is even available. There's just a lack of housing. I think we all know that. One thing that was mentioned was how money has been distributed to a development, an affordable housing development here in Morro Bay. That is the Rockview development, and those have income limits that most unhoused people do not meet. The income limit is almost $1,600 for a one-bedroom, meaning you have to bring in $1,600 a month to qualify for that. A lot of people don't. Those units were made for the people who live in Morro Bay, and those who need it the most don't have access to it. I understand that this is a huge health and safety concern. I do. But if there was some type of solution to at least make things a little easier, having a campground, that would be amazing. A specific designated place for people to go where they can stay more than 24 hours. As someone who works with the people here in Morro Bay, I can definitely see how that is going to make my job harder as a service provider in serving those. Thank you.
AGP, can you check the feedback on the podium mic, please?
Good evening, Council and Council Member and Mayor. I'm probably one of the most affected persons in the city in that I own the Burger King and the urgent care property. And it got pretty bad here around COVID. And I spent a lot of money to build a fence because the workers, the employees, from the nurses that were leaving urgent care were afraid to leave at night because the homeless were coming up out of the ditch. So we put up a fence, quite a little bit of fence. It's been cut. There's someone that's still going through it and living in the ditch. We have employees that they work at the Burger King. They're afraid to go home because of the big encampment. If you walk across the street or walk down to the end of the sidewalk there and you look down, the encampment it's just amazing. I don't know how they could haul that much stuff down there, but it's dangerous. We've lost, the business loss is just incredible. I have other Burger Kings, and what they've done to the sales in that Burger King, it's really impacted. So if we don't have sales, we can't hire people, we don't have employees, and we're having a heck of a time trying to keep staff. This is a very, very dangerous situation. It's been allowed to progress. I personally have worked with Amy. She's helped me a lot. We developed a way that they could cite the people and at least keep them from, well, I'll give you an example. Someone climbed up on the roof of urgent care and pitched a tent, and they hooked into the power for the heating and air conditioning so they could charge their phone. We went up and looked for the roof leak, and this was a woman who was camping on the roof because we found women's shoes and women's clothing. Now, it's happened before. So they're tapping into our power in our buildings. It's frightful and it's scary. And this ordinance, in my estimation, is just a start. The map that you've shown allows camping. You're allowing camping in that ditch. You're also allowing camping in the Cloisters Park. To me, that's just absolutely bizarre. And I can't believe that you're encouraging all those people in the Cloisters. If they hear that that is now allowable to have camping in the Cloisters Park, that is just bizarre. So I think you've got a good start of this ordinance. I know that your police chief and your fire chief are doing what they can, but this is not far enough. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be this strong about it, but this is very, very dangerous for our employees. It's a challenge. It's cost the city money, and it's driving our tourists away. Thank you.
Time and again, people admonish me for attempting to give the benefit of the doubt equally to all. Others tell me that I am kind and good. Bless you, they say. And to hear either of these brings me sorrow. Is it not the golden rule to do unto others as we would have others do unto us? Do we not teach our children never to judge a book by its cover? Why is it that we treat these just like pretty little lies? Why is such a seemingly basic necessity treated as a rare blessing? It is said that we cannot know the contents of another's heart. But I know. I know that in each of us, there's a beast, a killer. In each of us, there's a child and a saint. Treat us like beasts, and you will meet the killer. Treat us like saints, and you will meet the child. When the child stumbles, remember that is all we are. I strongly encourage my neighbors to discuss civic issues and to personally engage with the political process. Many of them do not believe that you have their best interests at heart. Some even believe that you serve yourselves and your ilk and disguise it with a thin veneer of civility. I choose to give you the benefit of the doubt. So I assume your economists' brains simply cannot see that the world does not work the way that you think it does. Our founding fathers swore they gave us democracy, but they were afraid of the common hearts and minds. They did not trust us to rule. I say that now is the time to prove ourselves before the end, and to remember that the red of valor, the white of innocence, and the blue of vigilance are to be directed not against our perceived enemies, but upon ourselves. Moreover, in light of conversations I've just had, I'd like to point out I have, on many occasions, as I am blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair of skin, had to rebuke advances from local neo-Nazis. I can tell you, they do not behave anything like I do. Thank you.
Council, we're at just about 9:30, so I'm going to look to you for permission to continue. Thank you.
In answer to your question about how many homeless people are in Morro Bay, there's 42 homeless people at the ditch, 5 dogs. In Morro Bay, there are 24 people from Kansas Avenue camping at Albertsons, 4 dogs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in jail that are soon scheduled to be released. And there's probably a little bit about maybe 5 stragglers that come from Osos to Morro Bay. I am actually in favor of this. I'm very happy about that and that you're going to keep people's dignity. and I know Wendy, and I'm going to be helping her. When the first flood came, I took it upon myself to tell my story, and I got a lot of positive feedback, because you can pull yourself up out of that. I've received a car from Morro Bay for all my volunteer work, and you guys are very patient and kind. And I am in support of what you're talking about, because you can't let them get stagnant. The longer they're down there and out there, they are not going to want to better themselves. And there's no rules, and it's liberating, and they don't have to do anything, and they're just dying down there, you know? I see the difference because I wasn't out there that long, but I still consider them my family. So I try to look out for them. And I agree with everybody here. Yes, it is an eyesore. Yes, it is dangerous. Yes, it is public intoxication. You know, it is too much. But until you've been out there, you cannot judge. And you should not judge. Because I raised 2 kids to not like the homeless and don't talk to those bums. They want to live like that. They're drunks, they're drug addicts. Because I was raised like that. And I raised 2 children to be like that. And it's not true. They don't want to live like that. Not all of them are drug addicts. Not all of them are beasts. You know, they're not going to rip your head off if you go down there. Burger King, maybe they should train their cooks on how to cook hamburgers, and you'd probably get a lot more business. They're horrible. They're like hockey pucks, and it's not the homeless that's keeping people from going to that business. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell the truth. I do apologize, but I'm telling the truth. I think all of you guys are great. I've met you personally. I applaud you for going down to the ditch that day. You walked through there without incident. Anybody else is more than welcome to go down there and walk through there. They're not going to tear your head off. They're not spitting out pea soup. They're people that are just down on their luck that need and that's the best thing. That's getting them up and out of there and back into the public eye is the way that's going to do that. So I am actually in favor of that. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on item C2 who has not spoken on this item?
Mayor, Chiefs, thank you for your hard work. My name is Michelle Lester Catteray. I live in North Morro Bay. I have been watching and looking at this map and studying it, going over the ordinance, and I certainly appreciate all the work, the staff's work and time and effort they've put into this. But as I look at this map and I notice some of these buffers, one being sensitive habitat within our community, that you seem to be okay that these encampments possibly move around to these areas, including North Morro Bay, where the proposed bike and walking trails and connector to Cayucas are going to be. What's going to happen when that development starts and there's a possibility that we have people living up there? We already have situations off of Zanzibar where there's an individual living in the bushes off of Highway 1. Including, you're showing that Del Mar Park has a possibility of having camping. Well, there are children that go back and forth throughout this area daily and that hang out there. That is one of the few places for our kids to hang out, including the area of the cloisters. That is a main thoroughfare for all of North Morro Bay kids that are biking to and from, including tourism. I don't know how that's going to work out. I'm not saying that we cannot provide a space for these people to camp, but I think we need to rethink the location so that it's feasible for them to access laundry, services. That I'm not saying we wrangle them like cattle at all, but we need to maintain a certain connection with them so that we can stay communicating, so that they are within sight, so to speak. And there is constant turnaround, so we need to make sure that we know who's coming into our town. It's just, when you have such an open space and such a long city along these areas, it's easy for them to get lost in the vegetation that we have. So again, thank you so much for your work, both chiefs. It's amazing, the staff, it's appreciated. But we do have to think about the fact that these kids are, our children are going back and forth on these streets, and, they have to be protected as well. Thank you.
AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
We have one raised hand in the queue.
Thank you.
Nathan, you have been unmuted and may now speak.
Good evening. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but just a few things that I wanted to bring up. So thank you in advance for your time. But one, it sounds like there's a lot of let's house these people, but not in my neighborhood. I'd like to see the city, put more funding into sheltering, whether it's even just seasonal warming shelters where you can do it weather dependent, like different parts of the county do, such as for this upcoming weekend, where we can get people out of the riverbeds and out and sheltered for during these inclement weather times. Also, increasing funding, but if I heard correctly earlier, there's outreach of one person that's split time between here and Atascadero. And then on the path of funding, I also like to see the city kind of pursue the encampment resolution funding again. I know that it wasn't funded for the first time, but I know that there was a new round funding release. So how can we, up our application and try to make that a little bit better? And then my last point is there's been a lot of talk tonight, or just in these few comments of how many homeless people are there in Morro Bay? And I think that's important to know. And a good avenue to find that out is the point in time count that's actually coming up in January. So I would kind of urge to remove the urgent designation for this ordinance because, scattering these encampments right before the point in time count can, get people lost and from being counted, which could lead to less funding. Thank you.
AGP, anyone else?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Chief, a couple real quick questions on the parks, Del Mar Park and the Cloisters. Did you address those two locations?
Yeah, so it's, one of the things in the ordinance is there's a required distance from playgrounds. And it's very difficult in this situation to really specify particular areas. That map is our very best attempt without spending hours and hours and spending a lot of money on software that could probably provide a deeper map. As far as the parks are concerned, there is a restriction that exists from playgrounds, so anywhere where children are going to be playing. The other part of that is city parks are under park hours and they have closures at night. So it's not something where someone who was going to maybe set up a camp for the evening, under our ordinance, no one can be in parks after park hours are closed. So that would exclude individuals from camping in our parks.
Thank you.
And additional to that is, as far as the locations, if someone were to create a camp, they would have a period of time to have to pick up and leave. So it limits the large camps from forming, which is what the ordinance is really trying to address, is, we're going to have to provide, this isn't a ban, we have to provide locations for certain individuals who don't have anywhere to lay their heads. They have to have a location. So this was our best graphic to demonstrate some of those areas within Morro Bay so that you could see that it's not an all-out ban and that there are open spaces. Parks, while they're not designated, certainly cloisters, where it shows the open area there, those are going to fall under current municipal codes for park hours, and then certain open space related to residentials.
Thank you for that clarification. Also, there was a comment about funds, homeless funds from the state. There was a big allotment, or is a big allotment coming? Are we eligible for any of those funds? Are we partnering with the county on any of those funds?
At this time, we're exploring that. We don't have all the details to know exactly if we qualify, but we are exploring those options to see what we can qualify for and what we can apply for.
Thank you. And then my last question is, are we doing anything regarding the incoming inclement weather to offer alternative locations for that unhoused with the storms coming up?
So what we've done in the past and what we'll continue to do is officers and fire department personnel, as we're out in those areas making contact with those individuals, advising them of the upcoming storms, offering access, to connection to services, trying to put them in touch with caseworkers and things that can lead them to options, but advising them of the inclement weather that's coming and trying to help them prepare for that.
And also for storms, January, February, and March of this year, we actually went and purchased several bus passes. So those individuals who didn't want to accept necessarily rides or other transportation, we offered 30-day bus passes, but we also offered short-term bus passes as well. And we're definitely in a position to do that this year as well. And that's our attempt in getting people to proper warming shelters that we do not have, and shelters such as Prado.
Thank you. I'll start to my right. Comments, questions, Councilmember Landrum?
Well, I guess I need more clarity on so if they're not able to camp in the parks because they have closing times, and that map isn't very good. So if you could help me a little with that.
Yeah, so the map is not all-inclusive. It was our best attempt with our city GIS person based on the ordinance to try to plot it out in a visual depiction. There are pockets of open spaces in those general areas that are outside of the park boundaries where they could set up a tent for the night. Again, the intent of the ordinance is to set up a tent, sleep for the night, and pack it up and move on. It's not to establish a large campsite. So if somebody is complying with the ordinance, there are open spaces that are not necessarily within the boundary of the park, but in that general vicinity where they could comply with that, and other areas throughout the city. And it's hard to go through and highlight every little bubble that we could. So it's, we have to put zoning restrictions and things like that and trying to depict it on a map. And the intent is just to keep people with their campsites small, keep them mobile, and not create established campsites.
Okay, and it's a 24-hour, I want to clarify too, it's a 24-hour period that they can camp. And does that mean that their tent can be there for 24 hours, like erected and everything?
So one of the requirements is the ordinance is that when they're not actively sleeping, that the tent would be broken down.
Okay. And I guess I'm amazed that I think it's Bonnie is correct. I thought that just had to be wrong, but it is, if your numbers are accurate, all of your numbers, that is roughly $800,000 a year, and if it's been going on since 2015, that's $12 million. And I just think that we could make really great steps to addressing some of these issues with that much money, and it just doesn't seem like we're being very effective in handling this the way that it is right now. I did go down I went with the chiefs into the ditch on Monday, and we walked up the ditch, and we were down there for about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, and I don't think that the pictures that you saw were even as accurate as it really is. It's hard to imagine. I mean, there weren't videotape of all the mattresses, I don't think, in there. There's like, I mean, not dozens. There's probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 mattresses, like all different sizes, twin to queen size mattresses in there that you can just see will easily clog up that drainage ditch. There's shopping carts strewn around, all over on the ground. There's countless bike parts, like so many bike parts. It's unbelievable, really. There's so much trash down there, and it isn't safe. They were right that there are big, huge pieces of concrete that have moved down that ditch, and they're dangerous. And one of the things that I talked to several of the people that are living there, and I asked them, like, they were all really educated, very, really nice people. And I asked them why, like, one thing I asked was, was addiction, like, one of their problems? And they said yes. And then I asked the chief, where are these people buying drugs? And she said that people just deliver them there. And that's a barrier for us, because we're not able to enforce that because of the laws and because of our limited police force. So I feel like those people are such easy prey, and it's, it would be, I just think that's so wrong that we can't enforce that. Let's see, what else? It was pretty amazing. I encourage all of you to go down there. I mean, it is very treacherous. It's super steep, and those people are very. One of the comments was that they were very crafty, and they've created really interesting structures and bridges, and they are terracing the sides, and that, I mean, I see the argument of the safety there, and there are a lot of gas lines that look pretty dangerous. I'm surprised that the gas company allows that. I really think it's, and I also asked with the drug issue, and I'm kind of hearing that tonight, where it seems like there might be like some kind of vigilante response at some point. And the chief told me that people are starting to throw rocks down there when they're driving by, and that makes me, worried. It's not good. And one of the things that struck me too, and I know I've been to Monday night community dinner, and one of the things that struck me was that they are a community. It's like an alternative universe down there. It's like a completely different world. We are living in two different worlds, and but they do have a community. And I think that, like, my experience at community dinner was that was a really great effort towards producing, a community for all people. And with the $12 million or $800,000 a year, it seems like we could do better. That's all for now.
Councilmember Burton?
As I'm rereading this, I'm just trying to get squared away in my mind about what exactly we are going to be voting on. Is it
implementing the emergency ordinances for
Okay.
camping.
Well, because some of them, some say urgency ordinance, other
Right
ones
here.
are just an ordinance of the city council. Okay. All right, thank you. Let me look at this.
Sure. I'll go down the line. Councilmember Edwards.
I appreciate, I took the time to actually sit and really listen. This is a lot to take in, and clearly brings out a lot of emotions in our community, and different types of them. I do view the unhoused as a community within our community, and I do sympathize with this situation for all of us. At the end of the day, I know that health and safety of the entire community is our job, and that's what makes this really difficult when we're talking about dollars and cents and how you apply that, how you apply dollars and cents to something like this when you're dealing with human beings. I am concerned when looking at the map. I don't know how much, when I look at the movement of people into the commercial district, in particular, where there are a lot of homes, there's a lot of residents, there's a lot of, people staying in hotels there, there's businesses. So it does, I do need to ask how much we, communicated with those business owners down there. I know that I've spoke to several that have had people camping outside their windows, and there's been problems there. I know at the art gallery, one that's in my mind right now, I know that we've had problems with rocks being thrown at business windows. That's been communicated to me. I know some of the larger, employers in our town with the large parking lots, have had issues. I'm just trying to understand if we're moving people into that commercial area, how that's going to work, if you can help me, Chief.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah.
So we have to provide areas where people can go. It's a violation of the different case laws and things to prohibit camping. We don't have designated areas, and the intent is to, in areas where people are sleeping for the night, like residential areas, you typically don't want to set campsites up in there. You open up areas where there's open space, green space, things like that. Business areas typically are open or closed at night, and there's areas, parking lots and things where somebody could set up in a parking lot and then pack up and leave in the morning, public right-of-ways, things like that that are not blocking access or egress. So it's finding those little nuances where people can go, because we don't have a lot of open land here for that. So we're tasked with a very difficult process to find areas, and it's very difficult to go with a broad brush and mark it on a map. So this was our best attempt at that. We can continue to refine, and a lot of it's going to come down to application of it as well. If somebody is in an area where it's on a boundary or we're not quite sure, but they're complying with the ordinance and they're moving along and keeping a clean space, it's how we apply that as well, if that makes sense.
It does, Chief, and I really respect that and appreciate your answer. I'm just concerned that, if the clarity of that, I understand, and I know you guys did the best that you could do here, but I'm just concerned for the business community and the downtown area and all of the community members that go and enjoy the goods and services there. I'm hesitant with the vetting of this map. I don't know, I'm a little hesitant on this.
So if I may, this is going to require an implementation period, but there's certain things that are for sure with this is we're going to very soon have to move these individuals off of private property. That's a fact. As far as where the individuals are going to go, the numbers, so the details within the ordinance really provide for the guidelines and the procedures. And there's going to be an implementation period where we have one or two end up at one location, and if that doesn't work, if we get calls for service, if they spread out too much, that's where we fall back on the ordinance to say, okay, look, this, and it's going to be an education process, and that's where we are not going to be heavy on enforcement or anything else, because I truly believe that the community that is down there and the individuals out of the 30 or 40 that are down there, probably half of those are you're going to really see staying, well, probably because they are involuntary on our public streets. And that doesn't mean that all 15 are going to be in one location. Some are going to find different locations. And there might be several locations that they camp for the night and we never hear or see of any issues. But one thing is certain is we have to clear the property that they're on now. We can't right now pinpoint and say good spot, bad spot, and it's very difficult for us as well to say, okay, you can camp here, because that provides permission, right, which starts to get into a gray area. So this is going to require an implementation period, and as long as we have patience and understanding and we have good rapport with that community, which I believe we do, we'll work with them to figure this out. And through the information that I've received from other municipalities that have gone through this, that works out, and it starts to work out. And you still have some that, you know, they'll come back and you'll get calls for service on those. But there is that implementation period that we're going to have to really work through. And I don't know that you could symbolize that on a map. And I know that's not comforting, but it's just the process.
It's bringing to my mind a question of assimilating the unhoused with where they're going to move, but also assimilating the greater community of how this is going to work, I think maybe is where I'm coming to now. And what that education might look like. Because in my mind, now it's about what do we recommend, let's say, that business owner or homeowner now to do with this? How do they approach this now?
No, I completely understand and I agree, and it's going to be a situation that is going to require a lot of communication throughout the community. And I understand that not all of our unhoused individuals are down in the creek. We deal with this regularly in other areas within the city, and I think our approach is a lot easier to accept and maintain because our approach is good, and it's people will work with us. That community works with us. We've seen it within the creek in itself. Hey, you can't be here, maybe move this way. You can't be here, maybe move this way, and they do. It's not a strained relationship. It's work with us, we'll work with you, and it goes the same with the business community. We will be there to receive the issues, the complaints, the concerns, but it is going to be a process.
And a lot for you to shoulder, Chief, both of you, and I'm just, I'm feeling that.
I think for the community as a whole, it's going to be a transition. But the one aspect, and that I think what you were asking about, is that it breaks the numbers down. Yeah. When they move out of the encampment, there's not going to be 6 or 8 people somewhere, and I think that makes it more manageable as we spread out throughout the community because it is smaller groups. Councilmember Ford, you're up.
Yeah, I have a question that was brought to our attention by a comment from the audience regarding the point-in-time count. Is that a concern that we'll have a harder time tracking down our numbers so that we can, you know, get the services that we, you know, I know that that's a part of the process that we go through our county. So do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. In the time that I've been here, we've had 2 point-in-time counts, and they've fluctuated quite a bit between those 2 counts. So the collection of those statistics is difficult, but I can tell you that we will work closely with those volunteers and make sure that they have the details from the police department, as we've done in previous years. I don't know if they've gone to fire as well, but they generally reach out for assistance on where they can make particular accounts. So it's going to make it probably a little more difficult, but honestly, I don't know if they remained necessarily in the creek, that you would get an accurate point-in-time count, because I don't believe that they would actually go down into that creek to make that count.
I can just add that I'm on the point-in-time count committee with the county, and I can keep them informed.
Okay, thank you. That was one of my concerns going into this, because I understand, I hear the voices that have asked us not to enforce this with an urgency, but at the same time, I understand the reason for urgency and the impending possibility of having, injuries and those sorts of things due to weather, as well as blocking our waterways and that sort of thing. And so, but hearing that, we're committed to helping with that point in time, which, that was kind of like, okay, if that was an issue, then I would want to wait till after that, but it sounds like we can remedy that. I already mentioned why I'm so passionate about this topic, and I have to say that, as a human, as a mom, as a family member, as a teacher in my past life, a business owner, I wear a lot of hats, or I wore a lot of hats, and from that standpoint, I have the compassion. I want to help our unhoused community by providing as many services as possible. I'm happy with what we're doing so far. I know we can always do more. That's a mission of mine, and I will continue to pursue that. And I know we have limited funding and limited space, but I will continue to try to push that. But with that being said, my council hat that I wear, requires me to consider our whole community and the safety and the health, and whether it be preventing flooding or pollution of our waterways, making sure that our unhoused population is getting the services that they need, or at least offered to them, whether or not they want to take them. I know that that's their option. But all of these things I have to take into account when I make decisions like this. And so I just want our community, from whichever side or however you feel about this item tonight, just know that a lot of time and consideration has gone into this. And when I'm hearing, my services within our departments that are saying, listen, like we need direction, we need help. When I hear my business owners asking me to help because they have, and it wasn't just tonight, I've had individuals reach out to me outside of this meeting saying that they have employees that have been verbally accosted or been chased while they're on their way to work, and that they couldn't make it to work, or whatever, whatever the reason is. I know that's not all of our unhoused community. I understand that that's one person's actions doesn't represent all of our unhoused, and so recognizing that doesn't mean that we're afraid of all of our unhoused. That I hope that doesn't come across as that way. But having said that, I do understand that while we work to provide more services, and it sounds like we're making partnerships, we're working towards increasing our services, while we're doing that, I also understand that we have to put some parameters around so that we are able to be as safe and as clean as possible within our city. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this ordinance this evening.
Thank you. I have a couple real quick questions, and then hopefully we can get to a motion. Will the working group, and again, thank you, chiefs, but thank you to the whole team. It's been a team effort, I know, from the city and all the other partners. So I know Public Works and Community Development and everyone has been involved with it, recreation. Will that continue? What does this look like next? And if we pass the ordinance, can we make modifications to the area as we go along? How locked in are we? What does it take to make those changes?
So the homeless working group will continue. This is one step in a larger process. This isn't a one-size-fits-all solution to homelessness in the city. This is a small cog in the wheel of all the different components of it, from legislation to advocacy to financing and There's a lot of things that we need to do to address this. But this is one step to dealing with the health and safety issue and the majority of the citizens' concerns with this. The group will continue to come back with recommendations for things as we come up, in discussion with partners, and there'll be other opportunities for funding sources, other opportunities for partnerships that, we may bring to council or city manager and things like that to implement either as a pilot program or as a new service. I can't say exactly what those are yet, but, we're continuing those relationships with, local agencies and with the county. So the ordinance itself, maybe City Council can provide some direction on exactly what would be required to update the map. We do have some administrative directives for fine-tuning the process and things like that. So I'll let Chris speak to the actual process to updating the map.
So, Mayor, as Chief McCrane and Chief Watkins have pointed out, this map is just an approximation. It's not something that is exact. What is exact is in the ordinance itself, Section 30 has the time, place, and manner restrictions, and Section B lists for place restrictions 12 different restrictions. I mean, for example, it says that you cannot be camping within 200 feet of any school. That could be modified. I mean, we could add other restrictions. So it's not the map that would be changed. It's just the council, of course, could January, February, March, April, whatever. They could just amend this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarification on that because I see it as kind of a work in progress, as you've shared too, that this continues as just one step. There was a comment about having a park or somewhere, and as much as that sounds great, and I think it's always something that you look at continuing on for services, we've just seen the failure of that at Oklahoma. And so I think we learn lessons from that, and maybe that's something we carry forward. But again, it was not successful there, and it was right next to the sheriff's station. So there's a lot of things that sound good in theory, but don't always work. And I, like Councilmember Ford, have a brother who was unhoused for 30 years, who couch surfed from the time he got home from the military until 30 years when he got veterans benefits and was able to get housing. So I've been there. We all have somebody who's touched our lives and been a part of it. So definitely this is about the whole community, all of us in it together. So, and I hope that that's understood. With that, I'm going to ask for someone to read this motion.
And Mayor, if I could, I'd suggest for these three ordinances that we have a vote for each of them, especially because the first one is an urgency ordinance and it needs 4 votes to pass.
So you want 1, 2, and 3 all read?
Yes, I would suggest a vote for each of those. Okay. And then, of course, staff's asking for direction on number 4 for a budget amendment to be brought later.
So on number 4, direct staff supplementary fund. So yeah, that's just, okay, that's part of it, direct, okay. So Councilmember Edwards, Councilmember Ford, somebody?
Sure.
Who's going to go for it?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll take them one at a time, right? So I'll start with 1. Okay.
You need a vote on each one separately, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'd recommend, yes.
Thank you, because that was my big question. I couldn't imagine how we were going to do this. Okay, so adoption by title only and with further reading waived of urgency ordinance number 664, entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, adding Chapter 8.26 to Title 8 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, regulating camping and storage of personal property on public property to mitigate harm to public health, safety, and welfare.
Okay, so you want, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
5-0 passed.
Number
Okay,
two.
I'm going to keep going. Okay. Number 2, introduction by title only and with further reading waived of regular ordinance number 665 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay. This trips me up every time. Morro Bay, California, adding Chapter 8.26 to Title 8 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, regulating camping and storage of personal property on public property to mitigate harm to public health, safety, and welfare.
Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Voice vote, please. Roll call vote, please. Sorry.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Okay, so number 3, introduction by title only and with further reading waived of regular ordinance number 666 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, adding Chapter 8.27 to Title 8 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, regulating overnight human habitation of vehicles on private property used for business or nonprofit organization operations to mitigate harm to public health, safety, and welfare.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Okay, and then this is the one that's separate from the others. Okay, so number 4, direct staff to subsequently return with budget adjustments required to support the implementation of these ordinances. Eligible funding sources would include general fund or Measure Q&E funds. Expected initial budget allocation of no less than $50,000 to begin the cleanup and securing storage containers for the retention of personal property collected during cleanups.
I second that.
Thank you. And before we go to our vote, I would just hope and remind staff that we would like to look at recouping some of those costs from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, excuse me, Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Thank you again to the staff and everyone who's participated. And thank you to all of you who came out to speak and stayed for this. Future agenda items. Anyone? Everyone done? We good? With that, again, happy holidays to everybody. Happy Hanukkah. And thank you, everybody who stayed. Our next meeting is Tuesday, January 9th. Director Pollack, thank you for clerking this evening. And
Thank you.
happy holidays, happy new year. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.